Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 82nd business meeting of what is now scheduled to be a 4-year term. This is the third council meeting of 2023. Tonight's council agenda is just over 53 pages long, containing 145 items. That includes 37 second reading zoning bills on public hearing, 34 resolutions, 41 bills on first reading, 10 second reading measures, and 23 ordinances on third and final reading. In addition, the council will select 2 people to fill vacancies on the Community Oversight Board. They will choose from those 2 from 8 persons who've been nominated by either a community nonprofit or by a community petition. Among resolutions tonight, first, the council will also consider appointments by Mayor John Cooper to 4 Metro boards and commissions. They are the Hospital Authority Board, the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency, the Public Library Board, and the Solid Waste Region Board. All those confirmed will serve multi-year terms as unpaid volunteers. Among resolutions, the one with the highest profile tonight is RS 2023-2005. It states the council's opposition to pending state legislation to cut the council size in half from 40 to 20 members, as well as other pending bills that adversely affect the finances and operations of Metro government. The resolution opposes the measure in particular because of changes would be done without the assent or agreement of Davidson County voters. The council will also reconsider RS 2023-1951 to allocate $1 million in American Rescue Funds, provide subsidies for electric bicycles. Measure was deferred at the last meeting 3 weeks ago for more study. Under RS 2023-1997, the council will accept a $2.5 million grant from the Tennessee Department of Corrections. The funds would be used to provide community-based supervision and treatment services as an alternative felony supervision program to divert felony offenders from the Tennessee state prison system. The council will also consider Mayor Cooper's nearly $483 million capital spending plan with a focus on building and renovating several schools, public safety projects including a new criminal juvenile justice center and a campus, as well as the new fire department headquarters. By rule, the council will defer this bill for at least 1 meeting for more study. 3 other financial resolutions tonight of note. One is RS 2023-1979. It would deauthorize over $2.4 million in general obligation bonds. That's because the projects they funded came in under budget. RS 2023-1980 would approve supplemental appropriations in the amount of almost $89 million to a variety of city agencies. This is a routine carryover of funds from one fiscal year to the next one. Finally, under RS 2023-1981, it appropriates almost $16.8 million from the city's 4% equipment reserve fund for 19 different city departments to pay for approved projects. The council also accepted almost $2.3 million federal grant that will be coming through the state to provide public assistance for the damage caused by severe storms, tornadoes, and flooding during March and April of 2021. Under RS 2023-1983, the council will consider spending $1.2 million in federal community development funds to assist with the construction of Phase 2 of the Cassie Gardner Senior Park, which is located at 1606 Jefferson Street in North Nashville. On RS 2023-1996, the council also be asked to accept a nearly $12,400 grant from Tennessee Titans to launch with Metro Parks a Titans NFL flag lead in September 2023. The funds will be used for registration fees and scholarships for students participating in the program. Finally, under RS 2023-1997, the council will accept a $9,100 donation from the Downtown Partnership to allow the Metro Police to purchase a Polaris utility vehicle for its work. Under memorializing resolutions tonight, the council will honor Colonel Elmer V. Clegg and Sergeant Johnny W. Craig of the Tennessee Highway Patrol and support a memorializing highway designation in their honor on U.S. Highway 70 and Lebanon Road. Also recognize Pastor Randall Cordell's 30 years of service at Lakeshore Christian Church. It will honor the legacy of John A. Hobbs, the Hobbs family, and the John A. Restaurant, and recognize the team representing Nashville in the 2023 Gov Games in Dubai. On second reading, BL 2022-1630 and 31 are back on the agenda. One sets up the Nashville Film and Television Advisory Board. The other, Nashville Entertainment Creation Commission. Have the sponsors found a common ground on this to put a consensus bill together that can be passed, because this has come up several times before. Both of them are. There are several amendments and one substitute ordinance proposed tonight. However, we told both these bills will be deferred 2 more meetings tonight, give both sides more time to study it, and perhaps again try to come up with that what has so far been an elusive common ground to get something passed on this particular ordinance, this particular bill. Under BL 2023-1648, a portion of Horton Avenue between 11th Avenue South and 18th Avenue South will be renamed D. Ford Bailey Avenue. That will be in honor of African-American harmonicist D. Ford Bailey, one of the first big stars of the Grand Ole Opry. Another road change on this is also on second reading, would rename Lifeway Plaza in honor of noted local Girl Scout leader Josephine Holiday. Finally, under BL 2023-1684, would approve a land swap in the Parthenon Avenue area to rename Lifeway Plaza, in the Parthenon area to allow for a future expansion of the Centennial Park, of the Centennial Park Dog Park there. Under third reading under BL 2022-1471, the Council will consider final approval of an ordinance that would amend the definitions of dwelling unit and family under the City Zoning Code. When this passed on second reading, there were questions created about some concerns with some council members about what those numbers actually would be for that. There are several amendments being proposed tonight. However, we understand this bill will be deferred one more meeting for more study. When the bill does come up for a final vote on third reading, it will take 21 votes to pass. If you want to follow the council meeting as it progresses, you can follow the agenda and the staff analysis. You can get those both online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, then on the Legislative Plaza Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers I've been talking about on the screen when they come up for consideration, so you can follow along and follow up to keep up with where we are in the meeting agenda. Let's go down to Vice Mayor Jim Schulman. He'll be gathering tonight's council meeting into order shortly.
All right, bang it 3 times. Pretty good. Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, February 7th, 2023. Will all members of the council as well as the public please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Our invocation tonight is brought to us by Councilmember Dave Rosenberg.
Thank you. When the First Amendment to the Constitution was adopted, it included what is now commonly referred to as separation of church and state. The father of the Bill of Rights, Thomas Jefferson, who, by the way, is a much better Hamilton character than he was a real-life person, wrote, "Believing with you that religion is a matter which lies solely between man and his God, that he owes account to none other for his faith or his worship, that the legislative powers of government reach actions only and not opinions, I contemplate with sovereign reverence that act of the whole American people, which declared that their legislature should make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state." The practical application of this is, of course, murky. On one hand, it is incumbent on us to recognize and honor that separation so as both to protect those who don't share the majority dogma and to keep from diminishing anyone's religious beliefs by conflating them with the law. On the other hand, we know each of us is elected based on a set of values and we govern based on those values. And for many of us, those values come from a religious tradition. We're getting ready to consider various pieces of legislation that will impact Nashvillians' lives, and our actions must reflect our priorities, the values we hold so dear. So tonight, in that spirit, I'll ask for a brief moment for our members and those here with us to contemplate each person's role in ensuring that we fulfill our duty with honor, with integrity, and in compliance with our values and the shared values of our friends throughout the community.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, you all may be seated. I expect that you know the person that helped bang the gavel to start our meeting tonight, Ms. Nicole Williams. She is a constituent of District 20 of Councilmember Mary Carolyn Roberts. Nicole, you did an excellent job.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, and I'm sure it's going to show up on social media someplace. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, without objection, we will suspend the calling the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from January 17, 2023? See a motion properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Mr. Clerk, any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
All right. All right. So a couple of things to note and remember for tonight. We have some ambassadors from the mayor's office who are here with us tonight. I'm looking for them. If you all will stand up, those are 3 ambassadors that represent the mayor's office. They are students at TSU and Fisk. And what they are doing is they are going around with information about Metro government and letting other young people know at those colleges and other colleges in this area about things about Metro. So if you have a second, you ought to go back and say hello to them. They have some fascinating things that they are doing, so we're really glad that you all are here. Also, Ray Render is here. Ray, are you still here? He may have had to leave. As you know, he is the Deputy District Director for Congressman John Rose, who represents Tennessee's 6th Congressional District as parts of Davidson County. Ray was here, and he brought a lot of snacks in the back, right? So we would encourage Ray to come as many meetings as possible, all right? Just a quick update. House Bill 48, Senate Bill 87, which you all have been tracking. Just to let you know what happened today, the bill in the state legislature, that's the bill that deals with the size of the Metro Council. It passed through the House Local Government full committee today by a vote of 16-5. It will head to the House Finance Committee next week. It has not moved yet in the Senate. Remember, in the state legislature's got to pass both in the House and the Senate, but that gives you an update as of right now of where those bills are. I will tell you that we lost former council member Betty Balthrop this past week. I don't know if you all, some of you may have known Betty. I served with Betty. She was quite the character. She was so much fun. Her son Hal works in, I believe, in the water department, but Betty passed away this past week. Also expressed sympathies to Steve Bland, the director of WEGO. He lost his wife over the last couple of weeks. And we also lost a very good friend of Nashville since the last council meeting, and that's Avi Poster. Avi Poster passed away on January 26th. He will be seriously missed in this city and in this state. Avi was a good friend. Our thoughts go out to Councilmember Kathleen Murphy, who is recovering from some recent surgery. Talked to Kathleen yesterday, and she is doing quite well and would have loved to come. She's probably watching, or if she's smart, she may not be watching, so we'll see. I talked to Chairman Kevin Roten about this, and so I'm going to read a message that you all got, I believe, yesterday. This is regarding the pre-budget public comment period. As you know, pursuant to the Metropolitan Charter, the mayor is required to submit to the council a proposed operating budget no later than May 1st of each year. Last year, under Berkeley Allen's leadership, Metropolitan Council conducted a pre-budget public comment period to allow citizens to provide input on the Metro budget prior to the May 1st filing. Following the success of last year's special public comment period, the council is going to conduct another pre-budget public comment period this year at the February 21st, 2023 council meeting. So at our next council meeting, if anybody is interested in talking about the budget, then we would ask you to sign up. Basically, what's going on here is that I think we realized at some point that we do have a public comment period that's typically held in June, just prior to when we actually adopt the budget. And I think there was a feeling that we would get information that was really very, very good, but at that point it was pretty late in the process. So Chairman Allen last year thought it was a good idea to have people come in earlier. So by having people come in at the council meeting in 2 weeks. That's long before we ever get the budget, which is May the 1st, and it gives us a chance to hear what people think well in advance of getting the budget, and obviously the mayor's office will be listening as well. Here's how you sign up, or here's the conditions of what's going on. The special comment period is going to be limited to 2 hours. Individuals must sign up in advance. The public comment, or the comment period to sign up, if you want to be a part of this, starts now. So if you want to sign up sheets are available now. In order to sign up, individuals or organizations must sign up to speak no later than 4:30 p.m. on Tuesday, February 14th. So you've got a week to go ahead and sign up. Members of the public may sign up to speak using the Metro Council public comment sign-up form, which you could go to the council on its website and look for public comment period, and then you can sign up that way. You would select February 21st, 2023 under the meeting date and select yes to indicate that you are speaking at the February 21st, 2023 pre-budget public comment period. So again, if you are interested in talking about the budget, and this is not just for people who are in the bag, but this is for our viewing audience and anybody else. If you're interested, go to the council website and sign up for the February 21st, 2023 meeting date and select yes. Each individual at that time who are going to come and present for the pre-budget public comment period will be allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. Time slots are going to be filled on a first-come, first-served basis. If all the slots are filled, a wait list will be created. I think last year we almost filled it up. I think we got everybody in last year. Speakers are going to be notified by the council office if they are on the list to speak or on the wait list. They'll be told no later than 4:30 p.m. on Friday, February 17th. So you'll get a call back if you sign up, and we'll let you know whether you're on the sheet or on a wait list. Speakers will need to check in between 5:45 p.m. and 6:15 p.m. at the check-in desk, which is just outside of the chambers on the second floor, and speakers will be assigned a time slot at that time. If an individual signed up to speak doesn't check in by 6:15, we'll give their time slot to somebody who may be on the wait list. Again, please remember that we will always have the public comment period. Typically, the first meeting in June, we will typically have it. It's the second reading of the budget ordinance, but it's typically the first meeting in June. We will continue to have that. That's pursuant to charter. But this meeting that's coming up in 2 weeks will give people a chance to talk about the budget well in advance. So if you're interested, please sign up. One last thing, we always try to remember that there's a war going on. There are people who are struggling in Ukraine, and there are other people around the world and right here at home that also struggle. But I was reminded by Councilmember Suara that there were some very, very massive earthquakes in Turkey and Syria in the past couple of days. And that is very, very serious and very devastating. And just remember what those folks that are experiencing that in those countries. And with that, I think we are ready to move on. We have elections and confirmations, and I'm going to go to Councilmember Rosenberg. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we starting with the COB?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
We're starting with the COB?
Yeah, we'll start with the COB.
Okay, the Rules and Confirmations Committee interviewed the candidates, Michelle Flynn, Scott Solfridge, Lydia Youssef, Sean Witzel, Mark Wynn, and Shamika Holt, and voted 5-0 that they are all qualified.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Rosenberg. And so we have six nominees. Six nominees. They were all qualified. We are going to be electing two tonight, and it is my understanding, and I may turn this one over to Director Darby, that we are able to actually vote pursuant to our electronic machine. We're not.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
It's not. We're not allowed to do it. Okay. Well, someone forgot to tell me. All right. So, we're voting by ballot. Okay, thank you. All right, so apparently I was wrong. I'm wrong. All right, so sorry. All right, so well, I'm just going to have everybody raise their hand when it's their time to vote. There you go. All right, so apparently we are now passing out ballots with two lines on them. You can vote for two. Now, so I'm going to look at Director Darby in case this has changed. It's my understanding that you can vote for two. You can obviously vote for one or vote for zero. We're going to take the ballots back in. We will call them out at one time. And then in order to be elected, you have to get 21 votes, okay? So if we could have two people selected on the first round. If somebody is not selected on the first round, if nobody gets 21 votes, what is the process that we're going to use to take care of that?
Can we wait and decide then?
Well, I'm just making sure that we have it in advance.
You'll need 21 votes to win. We'll follow Rule 50 after that for counting the votes. If the second person doesn't also receive 21 votes or more than, then we will then have to vote again until someone receives 21 votes.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, you ready? Yes. All right, so the clerk is going to go through the ballots. He's going to read them out, read the council member's name, and then the individuals, we have one left. Individuals that were voted for, if you would just confirm that that information is correct.
Okay.
Ms. Porterfield has her hand up.
Councilman Wendez selected Witzel and Wynn. Councilmember Hurt selected Flynn and Holt. Councilmember Allen selected Flynn and Witzel. Councilmember Suara selected Yusuf and Witzel. Councilmember Hall selected Solfridge and Holt. Councilmember Toombs selected Witzel and Holt. Councilmember Gamble selected Witzel and Wynn. Councilmember Swope selected Solfridge and Wynn. Councilmember Parker selected Witzel and Wynn. Councilmember Withers selected Witzel and Wynn. Councilmember Benedict selected Witzel and Wynn. Councilmember Hancock selected Yusuf and Wynn. Councilmember Young selected Solfridge and Holt. Councilmember Hager selected Solfridge and Witzel. Councilmember Evans selected Witzel and Wynn. Councilmember Bradford selected Yusuf and Witzel. Councilmember Roten selected Witzel and Wynn. Councilmember Syracuse selected Witzel and Wynn. Councilmember Welsh selected Witzel and Wynn. Councilmember Sledge selected Flynn and Witzel. Councilmember Cash selected Witzel and Wynn. Councilmember O'Connell selected Wynn and Witzel. Councilmember Roberts selected Witzel and Wynn. Councilmember Taylor selected Witzel and Holt. Councilmember Hauser selected Solfridge and Wynn. Councilmember Druffel selected Flynn and Solfridge. Councilmember Pooley selected Solfridge and Yusuf. Councilmember Johnston selected Yusuf and Flynn. Councilmember Nash selected Flynn and Solfridge. Councilmember Vergers selected Holt and Flynn. Councilmember Porterfield selected Witzel and Wynn. Councilmember Sepulveda selected Yusuf and Witzel. Councilmember Rutherford selected Flynn and Witzel. Councilmember Lee selected Witzel and Yusuf. Councilmember Stiles selected Witzel and Yusuf. Councilmember Henderson selected Flynn and Holt. Councilmember Rosenberg selected Witzel and Wynn. Is Witzel and Wynn. Hurt was Flynn and Holt. Witzel and Yusuf. See what they got up there. Second for Holmes, 8 for Silveridge, 25. 17.
All right, so we're going to go over the vote totals. I've got 8 votes for Michelle Flynn. I'm sorry, nine votes for Michelle Flynn, 8 votes for Scott Solfridge, 8 votes for Lydia Yosef, 25 votes for Sean Witzel, 17 votes for Mark Wynn, and 7 votes for Shamika Holt. So pursuant to our rules, I think we're following Rule 50. Sean Witzel has been elected to the Community Oversight Board. Congratulations, Mr. Witzel. Okay, so pursuant to the rules, we now have 1 vacancy open. So everybody gets back into the, you can vote on 1. We're getting ready to pass out ballots. So this time you would vote, you can only vote for 1. Okay, Councilmember Roberts, you can only vote for 1. Got it? Yeah. Oh, and do not vote for Mr. Witzel. He was just elected. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Swope. All right. So is everybody clear? You're voting for just 1. We have 1 vacancy left. Pursuant to the rules, individuals have to get, you have to get 21 votes to be selected. All right. So we'll see what happens on this go around. Mr. Clerk, you ready? I only have half of them. Oh, Corinna's in the back. There seems to be some slowness coming from that area back there.
Thank you.
You ready? All All right, we're going to do the same thing. Again, the clerk is going to read the council member's name and then the individual that the council member voted for. Just make sure you respond and indicate that that was your decision. All right, Mr. Clerk?
Councilmember Mendez selected Wynn. Councilmember Hurt selected Flynn. Councilmember Allen selected Wynn. Councilmember Suara selected Yusuf. Councilmember Hall selected Wynn. Councilmember Councilmember Toombs selected Holt.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Councilmember Johnston?
We were told that we had to vote between the top two candidates remaining specifically, so which was Flynn and Wynn, I believe. So if that's incorrect, then there may be some people that want to, there may be nobody that wants to revise, but there may be some people that want to revise. So I just want to make that point that that was what was communicated.
All right, so pursuant to Rule 50, everybody's back on the list. So you can vote for anybody remaining, okay? Councilmember Lee?
And somehow or another,
Pick up your microphone so we can hear you.
I'm sorry, sir. Somehow or another, we got the wrong information. And so I will take all of the jurors that are getting ready to come my way, but can we give those back over and do a re-over? Because the people back here, and it was not just me, we were thinking we had to vote on the two highest ones that were left.
All right, so what you can do, you can correct, we can either do it again if that's what you want, or you can just, you can correct it as we go through.
Yes.
Okay? Is that okay? So, so if you thought that you could only vote for the top two, you can vote for whoever. The only person you couldn't vote for, okay, you got that. All right. You couldn't vote for Sean Witzel because he won. All right, Councilmember Lee. Here. So, you know what? Use the machine. I got in trouble the last time I suggested that. Councilmember Lee, would you rather get new ballots? Does that make you feel more comfortable? Councilmember Lee.
No. However, it's the easiest for me to change what my vote was because I voted under a preconception that wasn't correct. Okay. So if you'd rather me say it when she calls it out, if you'd rather me walk up there, if you'd rather bring me a new one and I give it, however is the easiest is fine with me.
Okay. So we're going to, I think the best thing is to start again with Councilmember Mendez. Even though he voted correctly, just go back through. And remember that if you thought you could only vote for the top two, you can vote for any of the five that are remaining. Okay, all five went back on the ballot. All right? Everybody good with that? Everybody clear? All right? So we're going to try this again. If anybody got any questions regarding this? Councilmember Roberts, you good? Councilmember Roberts, you got it? You're good? Okay, good. All right. All right. Mr. Clark, let's try again. All right.
Councilmember Mendez selected Wynn. Councilmember Hurt selected Flynn. Councilmember Allen selected Wynn. Councilmember Suara selected Yusuf. Councilmember Hall selected Wynn. Councilmember Toombs selected Holt. Councilmember Gamble selected Wynn. Councilmember Swope selected Wynn. Councilmember Parker selected Wynn. Councilmember Withers selected Wynn. Councilmember Benedict selected Wynn. Councilmember Hancock selected Yusuf. Councilmember Young selected Holt. Councilmember Hager selected Wynn. Councilmember Evans selected Wynn. Councilmember Bradford selected Yusuf. Councilmember Roten selected Wynn. Councilmember Syracuse selected Wynn. Councilmember Welsh selected Wynn. Councilmember Sledge selected Wynn. Councilmember Cash, selected Wynn. Councilmember O'Connell, selected Wynn. Councilmember Roberts, selected Wynn. And Shulman. Councilmember Taylor, selected Holt. Councilmember Hauser, selected Wynn. Councilmember Druffel, selected Solfridge. Councilmember Pooley, selected Flynn. Councilmember Johnston, selected Flynn. Councilmember Nash, selected Flynn.
Okay.
Councilmember Nash has selected Solfridge. Councilmember Verger selected Holt. Councilmember Porterfield selected Wynn. Councilmember Sepulveda selected Youssef. Councilmember Rutherford selected Flynn. Councilmember Stiles selected Youssef. Councilmember Lee selected Youssef. Councilmember Henderson selected Flynn. And Councilmember Rosenberg selected Wynn.
I think now we have to. To Alexa.
So we're going to do one more round at least. So you have to cut it down. Okay. Okay, so the vote totals this time, for Michelle Flynn, it was 5. For Scott Solfridge, it was 2. For Lydia Youssef, it was 6. For Mark Wynn, it was 20. And for Shamika Holt, it was 4. Pursuant to our rules, you have to get 21, okay? So, so now we will take the top 2, and then we will vote between Mr. Wynn and Ms. Youssef, okay? So we're going to pass out the ballots one more time. You will only vote for one. And the 2 candidates at this point would be Lydia Youssef and Mark Wynn. So I'm particularly looking at the back section, that area back here. Is there any questions about what's going on? Okay. You can vote for 4, Councilman Rosenberg. You can vote for 4 people. Okay. Remember, we've just got 2 people we're voting on.
Our IT being able to figure out how to do this, like, that's just electronically, we just put somebody on the bench, but we can't figure out how to do this. We have not figured out.
So the question was from Councilmember Johnston about doing it by electronic machine. You obviously heard me thinking that we could do it that way, and then I was immediately shot down. I don't think so. I don't think we put anybody on the moon, but apparently we've talked about this. We're having trouble getting this done. Okay. I'll tell her later.
It's not IT as the.
You want to say something? Councilmember Welsh, hold on.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mr.
Welsh,
Vice
as long
Mayor.
as it's not about the election,
It's not about the election. It's actually a point of personal privilege or whatever the phrase is. Today is my son-in-law's birthday, and you might wonder why I would like to say happy birthday to my son-in-law today. Well, 3.5 years ago, when I won election on my victory night, after he had knocked on 1,000 doors and mailed 1 million things and walked all over the moon for me, I forgot to thank him publicly for everything that he did. And so since the stars have aligned tonight, and it is actually his birthday today, I would like to say, Zach Monette, thank you so much for everything that you did for me and continue to do for me. Happy birthday, and don't forget election season is coming up very shortly. So, mark your calendar. Happy birthday, Zach. Thank you.
It would be close. I mean, I guess it could happen, but it should. Otherwise, it would be here too long.
She got it.
Clark, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to try this for the third time. We'll go by council member. We'll identify the council member and then make sure that we've got the right ballot. So when he calls your name, just indicate yes, whether we've got that correct. All right, Mr. Clark?
Councilmember Mendez selected Wynn. Councilmember Hurt selected Youssef. Councilmember Allen selected Wynn. Councilmember Sawara selected Youssef. Councilmember Hall selected Wynn. Councilmember Toombs selected Youssef. Councilmember Gamble selected Wynn. Councilmember Swope selected Wynn. Councilmember Parker selected Wynn. Councilmember Withers selected Wynn. Councilmember Benedict selected Wynn. Councilmember Hancock selected Youssef. Councilmember Young selected Youssef. Councilmember Hager selected Wynn. Councilmember Evans selected Wynn. Councilmember Bradford selected Youssef. Councilmember Roten selected Wynn. Councilmember Syracuse selected Wynn. Councilmember Welsh selected Wynn. Councilmember Sledge selected Wynn. Councilmember Cash selected Wynn. Councilmember O'Connell selected Wynn. Councilmember Roberts selected Wynn. Councilmember Taylor selected Wynn. Councilmember Hauser selected Wynn. Councilmember Druffel selected Wynn. Councilmember Pooley selected Youssef. Councilmember Johnston selected Youssef. Councilmember Nash selected Youssef. Councilmember Verger selected Youssef. Councilmember Porterfield selected Wynn. Councilmember Sepulveda selected Youssef. Councilmember Rutherford selected Wynn. Councilmember Stiles selected Youssef. Councilmember Lee selected Youssef. Councilmember Henderson selected Wynn. Councilmember Rosenberg selected Wynn.
All right. On that balloting, Lydia Yosef received 13 votes, and Mark Wynn received 24 votes. So he got the 21. Mr. Wynn, you were also elected to the Community Oversight Board. Congratulations. So thank you. Could I get, I'd like to get Ms. Flynn, Mr. Solfridge, Ms. Yosef, and Ms. Holt to stand up and just be recognized, and we appreciate you running for this. All right, thank you, everybody. We have a couple of other elections and confirmations. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Rules and Confirmations and Public Elections Committee considered the Hospital Authority Board appointment of Mr. Craig Lesser for a term expiring on July 11th, 2023. The MDHA appointment of Dr. Paulette Coleman for a term expiring on November 5th, 2028. The Public Library Board appointment of Dr. Nadine De La Rosa for a term expiring on April 6th, 2028. And the Solid Waste Region Board appointment of Dr. Emily Stutzman for a term expiring on December 15th, 2028. And voted 5 in favor, none against all of them, and move approval.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg has moved approval of those four appointments, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, so the appointment of Mr. Craig Lesser for the Hospital Authority Board. Mr. Lesser, if you would stand up, just remain standing. Dr. Paulette Coleman for Metropolitan Development and Housing Authority. There's Dr. Coleman. Dr. Nadine De La Rosa for the Public Library Board, and Dr. Emily Stutzman for the Solid Waste Region Board. There she is. Thank you all for being willing to serve. Members of the council, please join me in thanking them. All right. All right, so we have a number of bills on public hearing tonight. Before we get started, I would ask that we do have Spanish interpretation services here. Ms. De Ruiz, if you would come to the back podium and just let people know that you're available to assist.
Good evening. Mi nombre es Sandra y yo voy a ser su intérprete en español para la sesión de esta noche. Gracias.
Thank you. Okay, so we're now ready for bills on public hearing. Here's how that works. I will call up the bills one at a time and then refer to the sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, the sponsor will call for a public hearing. I will then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in favor of the bill. Then I'll ask for a show of hands for those who are here in opposition to the bill. If anyone in favor of the measure wishes to speak, I'll ask you to come forward, go to that back microphone, introduce yourself, give us your address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. I will then ask if anyone opposed wishes to speak. We'll do the same thing. After that process, I will close the public hearing, refer back to the sponsor, and that's how we proceed. We are now ready for the first measure. It is BL 2022-1481. It's item number 1 on your agenda. It can also be taken with item number 2. It's an ordinance. It's BL 2022-1481 by Councilmember Toombs. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan on various properties located southeast of Buena Vista Pike at the intersection of Buena Vista Pike and Cliff Drive. It's approximately 179 feet west of Kirk Avenue. It's zoned R8 and SP. It's 3.34 acres. And this is to add an additional parcel to the existing specific plan to permit an additional 15 multifamily residential units for a total of 73. The companion bill, which is item number 2, BL 2022-1482, also by Councilmember Toombs. That's an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements. Proposed specific plan zoning district. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. I need to see a show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Okay. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak? Any interest in coming forward? Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you. I'd like to move the amendment on 1481.
All right, so BL 2022-1481 has an amendment. Councilmember Toombs has moved amendment number 1 on that bill, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Can you explain the amendment?
The amendment just includes some traffic improvements. It requires a traffic analysis for the intersection of Cliff Drive and Buena Vista Pike. It also, the developer is committing to, at a minimum, providing money for a pedestrian safety project or contributing to, if a full signal is required by the traffic analysis, contributing to the cost of that.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs has to explain the amendment to BL 2022-1481. Again, she moved the amendment. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're voting on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The amendment's adopted. You're on BL 2022-1481 as amended, and also BL 2022-1482.
Move for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of those two measures, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're voting on second reading. All those in favor of those two measures say aye. Opposed, no. The two measures are adopted. All right, we're on item number 3, BL 2022-1502 by Councilmember Van Rees and Allen. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CS to MUG-ANS zoning for properties located at 3101 and 3105 Dickerson Pike, northeast corner of Dickerson Pike and Broadmoor Drive. Councilmember Allen, are you handling this one tonight? Councilmember Van Rees is not here.
That's correct. Yes, I would like to move to withdraw with a brief explanation.
All right, so you want to move to withdraw or just withdraw?
I just want to withdraw.
Withdraw, okay. With a brief explanation, you're right.
And simply that there's a new bill that's coming through on first reading that changes this to an SP, so it will come back.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. We're on item number 4 by Councilmember Toombs. It's BL 2022-1508. It's an ordinance amending section 17.08.030, 17.16.030, and 17.16.160 of the Metropolitan Code to change the multifamily use in the IWD industrial warehousing, distribution, and IR industrial restrictive zoning districts from being permitted with conditions to requiring a special exception. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Didn't see any hands either way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval.
All right, so there's a motion to approve BL 2022-1508, properly seconded. Any discussion on the measure? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of 1508 say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Item number 5, Bill 2022-1509 by Councilmember Syracuse. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 17.36 and 17.40 of the Metropolitan Code to create a two-story residential overlay district. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. I see some people in the back. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition of this measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. You want to speak? Come on up. Okay. I'll need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hi, my name is Jenny White. I live at 2819 Lumar Lane, 37214, Donaldson, District 15. Tell you a little bit about my neighborhood. I am the president of the Lincoya Hills Neighborhood Association where I live, and our neighborhood is made up mostly of brick ranch-style houses. The reason why I am in support of BL 2022-1509 is because of this. This was a one-story brick house that is now a one-story brick house with a three-story garage shack behind it. No code violations occurred during the building of this, but I think we can, well, I hope that you would agree with me that this just looks awful. Now, I know that the two-story overlay would not do anything to help with any sort of creative expertise in making a home look nice, but had it been in place, at least it might have been cut off right here. So I'm in favor of it. Thank you very much in advance for voting to approve it, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Do we get to see the picture? Does anybody want to see it? Anybody good? Okay. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. All right. All right, next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Colleen O'Connell, 3000 Windermere Circle. I'm part of that same neighborhood, and that's how badly we hope you will pass this, because we are upset. The well-established aesthetic in our neighborhood is the 1950s, big old trees and one-story brick homes. The three-story vinyl-sided tower that was erected last year in this neighborhood is a shock to the system, a jarring insult to the pleasant visual that had existed, to say nothing of how it devalues adjacent properties and the neighborhood in general. Pity the neighbors in adjacent lots whose views out their windows are now blocked by this ugliness. Aesthetic preferences will always reveal differences, and we accept to a great degree that not everyone will maintain their homes as we individually would prefer. However, some line must be drawn, and the two-story limit established in Bill 2022-1509 would prevent any repeat of the abomination that scars our neighborhood now. For the sake of all Nashville neighborhoods that need protection from ugliness, I ask you to support Bill 2022-1509. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
My name is Martin Slutsky. I live at 3136 Hunters Hill Road in Donaldson. And my comments are really very short. I think this overlay would be a wonderful thing to preserve our neighborhood the way we like it, the way when we moved in. The fact that it stayed the same, that I just feel that we should preserve it the way it is, and this is an inexpensive way to do it, and it just makes sense that we agree to this overlay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Lisa Miller, and I live at 2941 Fernbrook Lane. And the only comments that I want to make is that we are not opposed to families improving their homes, and we just don't want the aesthetic to drastically change our neighborhood. We welcome new families and that would like to grow the neighborhood, and we think that 2 stories is a great compromise over 3, so that it welcomes new folks in the neighborhood, but it also keeps our aesthetic of established neighbors. So we appreciate your consideration of approving it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
My name's Tom Gus. I live at 2910 Knobdale Road. I'm for the new overlay. The Nashville just has a contextual overlay right now, which is kind of one size fits all. And this would add a second overlay, which would help a lot of neighborhoods in the city. And I think it should be approved. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this bill? All right, seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval with a brief comment.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to say thank you so much to my neighbors coming out and speaking in favor of this. This is the creation of the tool, so I want to let them know that I'm going to be asking them to come back when I file the bill to actually apply it to Lincoln Hills. But this has been a long journey of determining what the pragmatic level of preservation of these post-World War II neighborhoods should be. This allows good young families with 3 kids to expand and stay in the neighborhood, but also helps really reduce that piece, which is that 3rd story, that really starts to change the fundamental character of the neighborhood. So I appreciate all of their patience with this whole process that we've gone through, and renew my motion to move approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of passage on second reading of BL 2022-1509, say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. Thank you all for coming. We're on item number 6, BL 2022-1581, by Councilmembers Benedict, Sledge, O'Connell, and Withers, an ordinance amending Metropolitan Code Section 17.12.040, 17.28.103, regulate the location of electric utility meters in residential areas, and to amend the requirements for underground utilities for new residential developments. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to ask for a 2-meeting deferral, 1 public hearing deferral to the first meeting in March, please.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the first meeting in March.
Correct.
All right, properly seconded. So those in the audience, we're not having a public hearing on this one tonight. This is going to be deferred to the first meeting in March. Any discussion? Councilor Benedict?
Thank you. Could the planning desk please explain for the delay?
Yeah, planning, Ms. Milligan?
Certainly. So oftentimes when we receive text amendments, we need just a little bit more time for analysis. And in this particular case, we had some questions related to how this may or may not be impacted by the Vested Property Rights Act of the state. And so we wanted to make sure that we had an understanding of that with Metro Legal. It just took us a bit longer. It'll be on the Planning Commission agenda at the end of February, so we'll be ready for the March public hearing.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I just want to make sure that the public understands this bill is moving forward. I'm excited to get the approval of the Planning Commission and also to bring it back here to have the public hearing the first week in March. If you'd like some updates, please reach out to me at my council email address. Let's make sure that we have a good turnout and get this bill passed next month. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to defer actually 2 meetings. It's to the first meeting in March. It was properly seconded. Again, any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. This one's deferred to the first meeting in March. All right, next one is item number 7, BL 2022-1609 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from MULA to SP zoning for property located 2631 and 2635 Gallatin Avenue at the corner of Carolyn Avenue and Gallatin Pike. It's 0.19 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I didn't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? No. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll move approval.
Okay, so the motion is to approve on second reading BL 2022-1609, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of this one being approved on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. 1609 is approved on second reading. Item number 8, Bill 2022-1619 by Councilmember Roberts. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R6 to SP zoning for property located 6111 Cowden Avenue, approximately 215 feet west of Marcia Avenue. It's 0.29 acres. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized, and this is a disapproved bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Because it's disapproved, I think we have to see some slides first, and then we can do it. Ms. Milligan, you're recognized. Oh, okay. Have you got the microphone? And it's Mr. Elliott?
Yes.
Mr. Elliott, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you. Item 2022 SP 053001 6111 Cowden Avenue SP. The request is to rezone to SP zoning to permit a surface parking lot. The Planning Commission recommendation is to disapprove. The existing zoning is residential with R6 zoning, and the abutting properties on Charlotte Pike have commercial zoning. The SP plan proposes to expand an automobile parking lot with 22 parking spaces. The policy for the area is suburban neighborhood evolving, which typically supports residential land uses. And in 2021, in July, the Planning Commission disapproved a policy amendment to expand the suburban mixed-use corridor policy that's applied to the nearby properties on the Charlotte Pike. So in light of the residential policy, the Planning Commission recommendation was to disapprove the SP.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, so we are on Bill 2022-1619. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition of this measure. Okay, we've got people on both sides. Those in favor wish to speak. If you want to come forward, line up behind the microphone. If you are in favor, come on up. I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you. My name is John Gore. I'm a principal with Bard Civil Associates, located at 6606 Charlotte Pike. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss this with council tonight. Standard Insurance has been located at 6313 Charlotte Pike since 2015. During this time, they've grown from 65 employees to 215 today. As they've grown, they have looked for parking solutions to their site, which currently has 119 parking spaces. To accommodate this growth, Standard Insurance initially leased parking spaces from St. John's Methodist Church, which is located across Charlotte Pike. Standard Insurance has been concerned about the safety of its employees and drivers on Charlotte Pike since the lease with the church began. Unfortunately, one of Xander's employees was struck by a vehicle crossing Charlotte Pike September of 2019. Shortly afterwards, Xander Insurance began exploring options for a safer parking solution to its site. About this time, a 0.3-acre parcel directly adjacent to Xander Insurance, located at 611 Cowden Avenue, became available for purchase. The Cowden Avenue property is bordered on 3 sides by commercial properties and connects directly to the existing Xander Insurance parking lot. Prior to purchasing the Cowden property, Xander Insurance met with Councilmember Roberts to discuss the process of expanding its parking lot onto the Cowden property. Not long after this meeting, Xander Insurance purchased the Cowden property and filed for a rezoning request. As we went through the community engagement process, including conversations with neighborhood leaders and community meetings, the main feedback we heard was that the community wanted to see a specific plan for the proposed parking lot, and more specifically, that access to Cowden Avenue be restricted. The SP rezoning that you have considered tonight allows for parking expansion to add 22 new parking spaces with conditions that specifically restrict access to Cowden Avenue, as well as show new lighting and landscape improvements to bring the property into compliance with Metro zoning regulations. Xander Insurance has enjoyed being a part of the West Nashville community and appreciate your support on this SP bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
My name is Doug Simpson. I live at 6018 Hill Circle, and I was just here to support it. I think it's a good use. From Neighborly North is pretty much all commercial. There's a few houses, and that property is surrounded on 3 sides by commercial. It just makes sense to me. I think the whole area down there should change to commercial. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in favor wishing to speak? All right, those who are in opposition, if you would, come on up. Go ahead and line up. Need name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello, Jeremiah Wooten, 1828 Wild Oaks Court. I spoke against this at both planning commission meetings, so I just wanted to continue the trifecta here. This is a site, and I understand having someone hit by a car. We have way too many people hit by cars in Nashville, but the solution to that shouldn't be to build a parking lot to bring more cars onto our streets, right? That's the exact opposite solution. This is a site where they have every multimodal opportunity that we say we want, and yet they're declining to take advantage of it. There's a bike lane along the frontage of this location. There's not a single bike rack on the Xander Insurance property. No one can bike to work there. There's one of the frequent networks with 10-minute frequency on Charlotte Ave, right bordering this site. But there's not even sidewalks along the frontage of their site so that you could walk to the bus stop. If they actually cared about creating a quote-unquote safer parking solution, as he just shared with you, they would build sidewalks on their frontage. They would create a safe pedestrian crosswalk across Charlotte Avenue, not build a parking lot for more cars so that more people can be hit and killed by cars in our city. We set a record this past year with the most pedestrian fatalities ever in Nashville's history, and if we keep passing things like this and building more and more parking lots and inducing more and more cars to drive on our roads, we're just going to keep setting record and record and record and record for years to come. You all signed this legislation saying we want to become a Vision Zero city. A Vision Zero city doesn't encourage more people to drive. We encourage more people to use alternate means, safer means, and not put more and more cars on our street. So for the cost, I actually did some calculations. For the cost of buying this lot, building this parking lot, they could have built a sidewalk all the way down to the bus stop. They could have installed 100 bike racks on their property, right? Instead, they're doing this more expensive thing that is going to lead to worse outcomes for every party involved. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Yes, Bernard Pickney, 4604 Dakota Avenue. My understanding in participation in the Charlotte Pike corridor study is that we need more density along the corridors, and, taking a residential lot that can have 2 homes on it and building a parking lot sure doesn't get us any closer to higher density to support the mass transit. And, the specific plan doesn't have any specifics in it. All it has is a recitation of that they're going to comply with the requirements that are already there. And our neighborhood association, Hillwood Summit, has voted on several occasions to support R6 zoning. Now, my wife and I own almost 2 acres immediately across Neighbor Avenue from the Xander Insurance property. And, we support R6 zoning. That's what we want. And, this lot that's under consideration is next door to a residential lot with 2 new homes on it. And if you can take a lot that's next door to a residential lot and put a commercial use on it, we don't have much reason to have any zoning. But anyway, our neighborhood supports R6. We want to maintain that R6 zoning. And, I just hope you'll vote it down. And by the way, when we were at the Planning Commission disapproved it unanimously. And also, back when this was tried to be rezoned as a RM15 and the companion community plan was voted down, I assume this bill doesn't comply with the community plan either. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Will Stout. I'm the adjacent property owner. Earlier, a comment was made about young families moving into Nashville and buying property, about how they needed certainty in the houses they bought. I bought the property next door, and the property next to me was zoned R6. So when I make a huge commitment to buy a house and I rely on the zoning around me, that's going to be residential, that's a big deal. I can't really move, can't do anything. So I think the citizens of this town have a reliance interest on residential zoning, especially as we get greater density. I think it's very important that out of 145 items on the agenda, there are only 2 disapproves, this being one of them. The Planning Commission does a lot of work. A city planner came out along with the commissioner to come to my street, and the overwhelming feedback was, this doesn't make sense for our street. And I know the map looks funky, but my street essentially tees into the lot. So it kind of caps the street as a residential street. But that being said, there are 2 specific plans within 10 feet of my house specific plan is really a developmental tool, but it seems to be a fancy word for a spot zoning. If we're going to rezone 2 out of the 9 lots on my street, could we at least get a consistent zoning on my street? I mean, if we're going to go density on my street, zone everything for density. If we're going to go residential on my street, zone everything for residential. I mean, item 22 is also a Cowden Avenue item. I'm just kind of frustrated. I've been frozen out of the process. No one has asked me anything. I gave my personal cell phone number to Xander. They never asked me. I'm on the neighborhood association board. No one ever asked me how I feel about a parking lot coming next to my house. So any platitudes about community involvement and asking people what they think, I got the engineer's email and mentioned some concerns I had and was told that they were all unfounded. So I'm pretty much frozen out, so I don't know what to do at this point.
Okay. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I want to thank the people that came out to speak on both sides of this. And I know it is somewhat controversial. In 7.5 years, I've brought 2 disapproved bills. I wouldn't bring this in front of you if I didn't think that this was the best move for this area. Just to kind of recap, Xander had 66 employees. Now they have 215 employees. They are on the part of Charlotte where it narrows. So they bought the property across the street, leased it to have people be able to park. And within the first few months, one of their employees was hit by a car. The property that we're referencing here was a daycare that has on all 3 sides commercial properties. So it wasn't that we're taking we're not taking a residential property and making it a use that that it's already surrounded by. So what they've agreed to do is spend a large portion of money on landscaping and lighting. And I can't believe that this could be detrimental to the community. I do hear the concerns of the constituents and the property owners that have come out. However, I really believe that after multiple conversations with both the community and myself, I think planning had to disapprove it because it was a policy problem, not a zoning problem, a policy problem. And I think in my district that happens a lot. It happens probably in a lot of other people's districts. But I'm asking that you approve this and trust that I know my district. I have done my homework on this, and I'm sorry that there are people that are still not wanting this, but the majority that I've spoken to do.
All right, so Councilor Roberts, you want to make a motion to approve?
I'd like to move for approval, please.
All right, so the motion is to approve Bill 2022-1619 for passage on second reading. I have a second discussion on the bill. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'll be brief. I'm really concerned by this. We had a discussion in this body about parking minimums and parking maximums, and to see a unanimously disapproved bill come to purely create surface lot parking worries me, because I think we would be setting a pretty dangerous precedent to say the way we're going to go against or make exceptions to the policies we decided to is to go through this route. I cannot support this for those reasons. I would actually ask this body that we vote this down tonight, and I would ask for a roll call vote. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, so the motion, again, on the table is to approve properly the second. We've had a roll call vote requested. Councilman Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm going to rise in support of Council Member Mary Carolyn Roberts, the district council member. I've been out to the site. I think that the visuals that were presented paint a good picture of why this makes sense in this unusual circumstance. It is true that this does not have a policy around it, but if you go back to that kind of C of, like the letter C of the commercial that surrounds it, that really is indicative of why it makes sense to relocate parking from across the street to being adjacent to the existing parking lot. So I don't know that that's necessarily creating more parking. It is moving parking off of the corridor, and it does support a growing business in a manner that does have some good guidelines about lighting and access to prevent kind of cut through traffic into the neighborhood. So I think all that's true. It is accurate that this did not have a policy change amendment that went with it, which is a reason why the Planning Commission tends to follow the general plan, so the Planning Commission could not support it. But I rise in support of Councilmember Mary Cullen Roberts in this case and ask my colleagues to do the same. I'm fine with the roll call vote.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a tough one. I appreciate trying to make people safer as they're trying to get to their jobs. I also appreciate the comments about the possibilities of bike racks and sidewalks, and wonder if perhaps a deferral or a promise of some amendments that might incorporate some of those requests could make this more, I guess, more responsive to the other important policy issues that we've heard raised here. I'm not making a motion. I'm just throwing that out there.
I understand. And it was directed to Councilmember Roberts. Any response?
We've been talking about this since 2020. I would really like to vote on this tonight. I feel like we've done our due diligence, and I appreciate Council Lady Allen's request, and I understand where she's coming from, but I do feel like we've given this, enough conversations.
Okay. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't really enjoy having to stand up and speak against a former council or a current council member's bill, but you know, she brought up 2020, and my question is, if there's not enough parking for their employees, then are they considering work from home or hybrid options to reduce the amount of cars that they have to have on site? So I don't think it's a good idea to put more parking spaces out here when this property could be rezoned for other uses like providing housing for our city. And so I want to vote against this, and I welcome the roll call vote.
All right. Councilor Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a small rezoning in the middle of the district of a twice elected district council member who's been having meetings and has been asked to represent these folks, knows this area best. That's it. This is not a big deal. This is, I mean, I know some people don't like cars or whatever, but we're a car-driven city, and people got to get to work, and we don't get to tell businesses how they should run their businesses and whether they should force their employees to go some way besides driving. This is this is a district council. This is a district issue, and the council member who's been asked twice to represent these folks and has done it faithfully is supporting this, and that's all it takes for me. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I concur with my previous colleagues' comments in regards to the district council member knowing her district, and I am supportive of this with the caveat that we do need to get people out of their cars, and I am a huge proponent of making sure that we are doing all that we can to incentivize our employees around the city, especially in urban areas like on Charlotte Pike, to utilize the investments that we're making in transit so that we can make additional investments in transit. I would encourage this, I would encourage Zander Insurance to put in place voluntarily some of the suggestions that we've heard tonight through this public hearing, which may have been heard as well at the Planning Commission hearing, putting in sidewalks, making it more pedestrian friendly for everybody, not pedestrian friendly, pedestrian safe for everybody is a win for the neighborhood and for their employees as well. So I'm supportive of this. I'm going to vote in favor of it and glad to do so again on a roll call. I do think that a business in the neighborhood needs to, or a business, you know, on a pike. I would encourage a business on a pike on Gallatin Pike in District 7. I would, if in similar circumstances, my response to them would also be, okay, do this, but do this also. And so I suggest that they make those changes. And I hope to hear from the council member that they do voluntarily make those changes. But again, tonight she wants an up and down vote. I'm going to vote in favor of this. I encourage my colleagues to think of it as a district issue as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. Anybody else want to be heard? All right. Seeing none, here's where we are. We're on BL 2022-1619. it's a disapproved bill, but this is a vote on second reading. Obviously, on third reading, it would require 27 votes pursuant to the charter to pass. But tonight, we're just voting on it on second reading. The motion is to approve. If you're obviously for the motion, you would vote yes. If you're against it, you would vote no. Again, the motion is to pass on second reading. Mr. Clerk, if you would. Okay, we are ready to go on the board. The motion is to approve this bill on second reading. Again, if you want to approve it, you'd vote yes. If you're against it, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Everybody in?
Councilmember Henderson's having a problem.
All right, Councilmember Henderson, you need some help with your machine. No, he's not there.
Henderson.
Everybody in? All right, Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 30, noes 5, 2 abstentions. Bill passes on second reading. All right. We're on item number 9, BL 2022-1628 by Councilmember Van Rees. And Councilmember Van Rees is not here. Did anybody sign on to this bill? Councilmember Allen's on it, okay. Our ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 10 to RM 20 ANS. The zoning for property located at 105 Hart Lane, approximately 390 feet east of Dickerson Pike. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition of this measure. A show of any hands. I don't see anything. All right, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
So the motion is to approve BL 2022-1628 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one is adopted. We're on item number 10, BL 2022-1642 by Council Members Hall and Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from CL to CS and RS 7.5 to MULA NS and RM 20 ANS zoning for property located at 4100 Clarksville Pike, approximately 550 feet south of Kings Lane and within the Clarksville Pike at Fairview Center Urban Design Overlay District. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Would it be possible to run 10 and 11 together?
Looks like it. Any problems? It's canceling a portion of the plan unit development. All right, so without objection, we'll take item number 11 with it, BL 2022-1643, also by Council Members Hall and Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of a plan unit development overlay district for a portion of property located at 4100 Clarksville Pike, approximately 550 feet south of Kings Lane, Zone CL, and within the Clarksville Pike at Fairview Center Urban Design Overlay District. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized on both those bills.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open on both 1642 and 1643. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two bills. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition of those two bills. I don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized on the two bills.
Move for approval, please.
Councilmember Hall has moved for approval of both 1642 and 1643 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on those two bills? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of 1642 and 1643 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Those two are adopted. We're on item number 12, BL 2022-1644 by Councilmember Syracuse. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific planned district on property located at 1908 Lebanon Pike and Lebanon Pike unnumbered, northeast corner of Alejandro Drive and Lebanon Pike, 5.92 acres. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay. The motion is to approve BL 2022-1644 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 13, Bill 2022-1645 by Councilmember Van Rees and Allen. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending specific planned district on property located at the southwest corner of Creative Way and Inspiration Boulevard. It's 4.71 acres to increase the allowed square footage of non-residential uses. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. All right, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Would you like to speak? Good. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Motion is to approve. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we are voting on BL 2022-1645 for passage on second reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 14, BL 2022-1646 by Councilmember Hall. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS40 to AR2A zoning for property located at Clarksville Pike unnumbered at southwest corner of Colts Lane and Clarksville Pike. It's 3 acres. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Okay. Former Representative Moore, you're welcome at the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members. I'm here to speak in favor of this, simply let this council member know that I don't oppose every zoning change. So this is actually ideal for Joelton, to be quite honest with you. It's in tune with the policy. It's in tune with everything that Joelton represents, so I would appreciate you voting for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, the man with the flowers.
Hello, these are flowers from our shop. My name is Quinn, and I'm at Coles Lane. I'm the owner. Put those down. So, sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay, take your time.
So those are some of our gorgeous flowers. We are very excited to increase the beauty in this area. We've already been in business in Nashville for nearly 7 years. We're a family-run business, and we have won Best of Nashville 5 years running now, and we're very, very excited to be expanding our business to include a flower farm. This is great for a lot of reasons. We want to reduce our carbon footprint. Obviously, our enlightened self-interest there is that we don't pay as much shipping, but this is going to help that, and it's going to reduce carbon footprint. It expands our offerings at our shop to Nashville-grown offerings, which is fantastic. And we really hope that you approve this change so that we can have a small farm in Joelton. We're very excited about it.
All right, thank you. I thought you were bringing the flowers to Councilmember Hall.
I don't think I'm allowed to do that because of, gift.
Probably not.
Yeah.
But
Give them to you. But you can see them, though.
they're very nice. All right, anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized on the flower bill. The bill.
Move for approval, please.
The motion is to approve BL 2022-1646. Proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1646 for passes on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on BL 2023-1661 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1600. Proposed specific plan zoning district. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized. We're on item number 15.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, we're on BL 2023-1661. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell moves approval of BL 2023-1661 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill say aye. Opposed, no. I heard somebody say yes, so it passes on second reading. Item number 16, BL 2023-1662 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IWD to MUG-ANS zoning for properties located at 240-250 Venture Circle, approximately 532 feet east of French Landing Drive. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. We're on BL 2023-1662. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. I'll see anybody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of BL 2023-1662 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill say aye. Opposed, no. This one is adopted on second reading. BL 2023-1663 by Councilmember Lee can also be taken with item number 18. 1663, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 3834 Pinhook Road. It's approximately 390 feet west of Lakewood Village Drive. It's 10.2 acres. And then the companion bill, which is BL 2023-1664, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1663, proposed specific plan zoning district, proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I would like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition of those two measures. Okay, you've got people on both sides. Those in favor wishing to speak, if you would come on forward to the microphone, name, address, and 2 minutes. Again, anybody wishing to speak in favor of the bill, if you'd come forward, that'd be great.
Hi, my name's Derek Ventura, 816 Delmas Avenue, representing Century Communities. Been through multiple neighborhood meetings, spoke with Council Lee multiple times trying to address all concerns. We've gone through many different types of layouts trying to add open space. I think we have over half an acre of open space, adding a dog park, have recessed porches, back decks, everything, trying to address all the concerns. We're open to try to help anything with the community along the frontage, and we look forward to hopefully bettering the community and anything that you like to address.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? Okay, those who are in opposition, if you want to speak, if you'd come to the microphone. I'll need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Caleb Smith, 3205 Cloud Falls Trace, Antioch, Tennessee, 37013. There's been a great deal of construction in the Pinhook area over the past 5 years. When my wife and I first moved there, it felt like the countryside. Hardly any of that is left now. Nashville has become a destination, and developers can't build homes fast enough. My wife and I have been looking to upgrade for the better part of 3 years now, and we have seen all kinds of communities. We beseech the council to encourage this developer to build a neighborhood that people will want to live in on account of its merits rather than having no other choice. Practically within sight of this property is one of the ugliest neighborhoods I've ever seen, and it was built just recently. It also features lots that are only 40 feet wide and barely 5,000 square feet. The layouts they include in the community plan would look far less handsome when people see how cramped they would be. Widening lots to 45 or 50 feet would give people more breathing room and allow easily for street parking, for example. If accommodating Nashville's rapidly growing population is of concern here, then these houses would honestly be better off as townhomes. We beseech the council to encourage this developer to build a community that will encourage a healthy lifestyle. There are 2 homes in the center of this common area that was referred to a moment ago that honestly don't need to be there and could be replaced with things like a community garden, a forest, a meadow, a centrally located dog park, or even guest parking. The center area could also be a miniature greenway instead of an empty lawn with perhaps a meandering sidewalk. The entrance to the neighborhood should feature also a protected bike lane. There's a high school within just a few thousand feet that frequently there are children walking on the side of the road attempting to get to. Finally, we beseech the council to protect ownership in this new community. The surrounding area is plagued by corporations that have been hounding owners and gobbling up houses to become rental properties. If not through zoning, then the HOA restrictions could help prevent homes from becoming long-term rentals. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, anybody else wishing to speak on this one? All right, seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move for approval with a short comment, please.
Okay, so this is on bills BL 2023, 1663, and 1664 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
We have had several meetings. Whenever I have anything in my community, we always have several meetings on this. 64 is partially a bill answering some of the things that the community said in the meeting. I don't believe the particular things that were brought up a few minutes ago were brought up in the meeting. I do not believe, I don't know if this particular residence was a part of the meeting, because one of the things that I really, really try to push is folks who are attending my meetings to start giving the input to say the things that they want, and our people designing and those people who are owners, usually because they want to build, listen to what the community says, and they take time to change things. And that's what happened here. So we have had the meetings. A lot of the information that was changed and put in 64 came out of the discussion that was in the meeting. One of the things that we're trying to do, because there are some ugly homes, different places in our district, so we're trying to upgrade and make things a lot better. There are also some beautiful areas in our district as well. So I would hope that council members, you would join with me and vote to approve 1663 and 1664. Thank you, sir.
All right, so the motion is to approve 1663 and 1664 for passage on second reading. It's been properly seconded. Discussion on those two bills. Seeing none, the motion is to approve. All those in favor of passage on second reading of those two bills say aye. Opposed, no. Two bills pass on second reading. Thank you, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're on BL 2023, 1665 by Councilmember Gamble. It's item number 19. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R10 to SP zoning for property located at 633 West Green Lane, southwest corner of West Green Lane and Whites Creek Pike at 78.20 22 acres. Councilmember Gamble, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, actually, I think we can take item number 20 as well. I think that's a
Great.
companion
I
bill.
have an amendment on.
You have an amendment on the first one. We can pick that one up after. Okay. So let's go ahead and take item number 20 as well. That's BL 2023-1666. It's an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2023-1665. Proposed specific plan zoning district. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. All right, so the public hearing is open on 1665 and 1666. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Okay, we have hands up on both sides. Those in favor wishing to speak, if you would, come on up. Come to the back podium. Name, address, and 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hi, thank you, Vice Mayor. My name is Henry Minge, 1033 Demumbrian, Suite 300. I, along with my partner, Chris Sear, the applicant for the project and the developer. First, I'd like to thank Council Lady Gamble for her guidance over these many months that we've been working this process with the community. I also want to recognize and thank several members of Metro Planning staff, Anita McCaig, Logan Elliott, Lisa Milligan, Andrea Barber, and John Houghton. Through many hours under the leadership of Lucy Kempf, we worked with them in this process. We've held 4 community meetings across many months, and we believe that we have a better project for it after having interacted with many members of the community. We will be preserving approximately 35 acres of green space, including 10 acres of dense hardwoods, adding walking trails, a greenway dedication, and bringing much needed housing and commercial activation to the area. We appreciate all of the support we have received from members of the community, and we understand and appreciate the feedback from others as well. I thank you very much and appreciate your support.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Good evening, Jeff Hines with Catalyst Design Group, 5100 Tennessee Avenue in Nashville. I would like to address you from the planning aspect of this. This site is 72 acres at the intersection of Briley Parkway and Whites Creek Pike, 2 arterial boulevards. There have been a lot of public meetings, interaction on this plan, work with the planning staff. Henry mentioned the preservation of 34 acres of this, and there was an email of record from the Nashville Tree Conservation Corp that this is an example of how development can be done. The Planning Commission members spoke in favor of this and referenced the plan as an example of a good site plan that offers the community services that are needed in the Whites Creek area, blended with a very thoughtful way of incorporating the architecture, the layout of the plan, from a standpoint of preserving the nature of the Whites Creek community. So I want you to be aware just of those things in speaking in favor of this. We've worked hard toward achieving where we are today, and we would appreciate your support and favor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Linda Thompson.
And you may want to pull the microphone down. There you go.
Linda Thompson Jarrett, 4300 Whites Creek Pike, Whites Creek, Tennessee. I think that from what I've seen so far, and I've been out there since birth, this seems to be the right location. Briley Parkway, major state thoroughfare, Whites Creek Pike, it's major arterial. I think this is the right group. I have seen some of their work in other areas, top notch. I'd welcome them to be our neighbors. And it seems that all parties so far they've had their due diligence. It's been going on a long time. I think all parties have had their due diligence, and I suggest that you move forward and approve. Thank you for your service.
All right, thanks, Ms. Jarrett. Mr. Sloan?
Doug Sloan, 6354 Torrington Road. One of the major points that was brought up during the community meetings was the fact that this development has multifamily as well as single family in it. And there was opposition to the multifamily. But again, as Nashville grows and we continue to need a diversity of housing that allows for multifamily on our major corridors right at Briley Parkway and Whites Creek Pike, but also there's a bus stop right in front of this property. This is exactly where we want to see this sort of growth and this diversity of housing for our community. It doesn't have a lot of rental property. So we ask for you to vote in favor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? All right, those who are in opposition, if you would come forward, go ahead and line up, need name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Caratu, 3536 Whites Creek Pike. And there were several people that wanted to come tonight and speak in opposition. Unfortunately, they have the flu, so they decided it was better not to come, and I'm sure you appreciate that. But regardless, this development, I think, would be more appropriate if it was a flatter topography. This is a very steep hill. It was called Hillcrest in the past. It's a historic site. One of the things that kind of concerns me a lot is the water. First of all, the creek flows along the entire back of the property, and we have asked the folks to please give the creek plenty of room of more than 1,000 feet. And flooding can be a major concern. If you look at the new FEMA tables, they have said that this area is prime for flooding and that can't necessarily be mitigated, which is something that really concerns me. Back in 2010, in May, I was in the flood there, and I stood on Whites Creek Pike in high boots, and the water came up to my knees. And the water came up to the steps of my house. And the only reason it didn't come into the house was because there was a 100-acre floodplain that was just south of there. And that floodplain kept us from flooding. Well, sadly, that floodplain has been destroyed. It no longer exists. And the topsoil, which was very loamy and absorbent, has all been carried away. And rocks were replaced in the floodplain. Now, tell me how much water can a rock absorb? None. So that didn't help at all. So that's not going to be there to help us in the future. We also would like to request a wetland instead of a retention pond, as a wetland is a more living system, and it cleans the water and absorbs some of the water as it's working. So that's a request. Let's see. Also, we're concerned about the tree canopy along Whites Creek Pike, because there's a beautiful old tree canopy there, and it extends along the front of the property. We'd like to keep our trees to absorb water. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Yes, sir.
David Wells, 3456 Knight Drive. This goes against the community design plan that we spent years developing, and that the planning department and planning staff has refused to define what rural is. This development goes against that. It's unsustainable development at best. To hark on what Michelle was talking about, there are neighborhoods directly south of this development of impermeable surfaces and of very little sustainable development with that are in repetitive loss areas. So if we're building density upriver, we're literally flooding and going to be buying properties south of this development. Part of this development is in a floodplain, by the way. Also, the build it and the infrastructure will come mentality of the city has clearly not worked for 20 years. The bus stop that Doug talks about has 2 times that it stops a day, at 3:45 and 4:45. When are we going to address that bus stop? There's no stoplight at the intersection of Green Lane and Whites Creek. When is the infrastructure going to come? So we're going to develop an area that is above repetitive loss for high density for 500 people that don't have a stoplight nor a bus stop in an area that is considerably rare in any other city. It's the natural area for Nashville to retain its water in an area that's going to flood for the next 20 years as we see exacerbation from climate change. So how many walls are we going to build downtown when we destroy the watershed of Whites Creek, which is upriver of Nashville, by the way? So this is a very poor example of what we should be developing in an area of extreme importance for the next 100 years of Nashville.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this one? All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. At this time, I'd like to move the amendment with the brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Gamble is moving an amendment to Bill 2023-1665. The motion is to amend, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment speaks to recommendations from the community in regards to traffic and safety in the area. This development is a mixed-use development on a major corridor that brings in a diversity of housing options that are currently not available in the area, as well as commercial retail that is desperately wanted and needed in the area. This amendment says that the developer agrees to make a contribution of up to $100,000 to the metro government to provide or to support traffic signaling and traffic calming improvements recommended by NDOT to address some of the traffic concerns like the street light. There are other suggestions about a roundabout and things that have been suggested by the community and recommended by NDOT, and the developer is willing to make a contribution towards those improvements. That's what the amendment says.
Okay. So you've heard an explanation of the amendment. Councilmember Gamble has moved the amendment. It's properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. You're on both BL 2023-1665 as amended and BL 2023-1666.
Yes. I'd like to move the bills with a brief explanation.
Okay, so the motion is to move both 1665 as amended and 1666 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Back to you.
I want to thank everyone who came out tonight to speak in support and opposition on this bill. As it's been stated earlier, we've had several meetings about this particular project over almost a year's time. There have been significant changes made to the project and made to the legislation based on the community feedback and input. And the fact of the matter is, as I said, this brings in much needed diversity of housing that's not available. There's broad support from the community for the plan, including the Nashville Tree Corp, which agrees that the preservation of 35 acres, which most of that preservation is for the trees and the floodplain, which is very important to all of us in that community. So for those reasons, that it has broad support from the adjacent community to the west, as well as the community that's right across the street to the east, I support this project and ask for your support. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Gamble has moved for approval of both Bill 2023-1665 as amended and 1666 for passage on second reading. They were both properly seconded. Discussion on those two measures. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of both those two bills say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills pass on second reading. We're on item number 21, Bill 2023-1667 by Councilmember Toombs. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to RM15ANS for property located at 1918 South Hamilton Road, southeast corner of River Drive and South Hamilton Road. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay, I see some hands right there. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Councilmember Toombs, you see anybody back there with their hands? Okay. Anybody in favor wishing to speak? Nope, good. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, the motion is to approve Bill 2023-1667 for passes on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on BL 2023-1668. Councilmember Robertson, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CS to OR 20A zoning for property located at 6104 Cowden Avenue, approximately 96 feet west of Marcia Avenue, is 0.14 acres. Councilmember Roberts, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open up the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay, a show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see any hands in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Okay, come on up. Name, address, and 2 minutes.
When you have two lots next to you getting rezoned, you get to talk twice. So this goes back to my original issue with Cowden, is if we're going to rezone half the street, can we just rezone all the street? Could we rezone it all RM and be done with it? That way it's consistent with everything and we're not having specific plans all up and down the street. I think that would make a lot of sense. This is kind of ad hoc zoning, which isn't the best form of zoning. So I would ask for either A, this get deferred, or B, it get lumped in with item 8 and amended to just rezone the whole street RM. I mean, that would make a lot of sense if we're going to rezone half the street. Anyway, thank you. Bye.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wish to be heard on this one? Okay, seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
All right, so the motion is to approve 1668, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. 1668 is adopted on second reading. BL 2023-1669 by Councilmember Swope. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a portion of a Plan Unit Development Overlay District for property located at 760 Old Hickory Boulevard, northwest corner of Brentwood Commons Way, and Old Hickory Boulevard is 4.28 acres. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's open up that public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are in opposition of this measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Okay, seeing none. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Swope, you're on your bill.
Move approval.
The motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. 1669 is adopted on second reading. BL 2023-1670 by Councilmember Syracuse. It can be taken with item 25, BL 2023-1671. 1670 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R10 to SP zoning for property located at 110 Fairway Drive, approximately 800 feet north of Lebanon Pike. It's 3.16 acres. And 1671 is the companion bill. It's an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1670. Proposed specific plan zoning district located at 110 Fairway Drive. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on both those bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
All right. Declare the public hearing open on both 1670 and 1671. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right. Thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're on your both.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
All right, the motion is to approve both 1670 and 1671 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1670 and 1671 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Those two are adopted. We're on 26, BL 2023-1672 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IR to MULA-ANS zoning for property located at 492 Craighead Street, approximately 125 feet west of Oceanside Drive, 5.8 acres. Councilmember Sledge. All right, we'll push that one down. We'll go to item number 27, which is BL 2023-1673 by Councilmember O'Connell. There's a companion bill 1674, 1673, ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan for properties located at 1801, 1803A, 1803B, 5th Avenue North, and 502A, 502B, and 502C, Buchanan Street, northwest corner of Buchanan Street, 5th Avenue North, Zone SP, and located in the Salemtown Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District, permit 3 multifamily residential units and 2,900 square feet of non-residential uses. And then item 28, BL 2023-1674, that's the companion ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2023-1673. 1673. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restriction in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, you recognize both those two measures.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open on both 1673 and 1674. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. No. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of brief comment.
All right, the motion is to approve both 1673 and 1674 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. You're on your two bills.
Thank you. This is an interesting little section of my residential neighborhood that has kind of four commercial corners in the heart of the neighborhood. And in this case, we've got a really interesting proposal where there's a parcel that's had a kind of empty shell on it for the better part of 2 decades, and then a nearby house that was effectively part of the same group of properties owned just one parcel over from the commercial neighborhoods. And I think what is planned here is going to create a couple live work units, a nice market, and effectively a small table restaurant all there. Has the support of the community at this point, and I think this amendment will allow the overall project to succeed in an area where there are 4 commercial corners. So I'd like to renew my motion. Thank you.
All right. So Councilmember O'Connell has moved approval of both 1673 and 1674 for passage on second reading. Again, they were properly seconded. Any discussion on those two measures? Seeing none, all those in favor of the two measures being passed on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Those two measures are passed. We're back on item number 26, Bill 2023-1672 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing IR to MULA zoning for property located at 492 Craighead Street. It's approximately 125 feet west of Oceanside Drive. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Ask that we open the public hearing, please.
All right. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, the motion is to approve on second reading, 1672, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of passage of 1672 on second reading say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That one passes on second reading. We're now on item number 29. Councilmember Parker. It's Bill 2023-1675, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing CN and RS5 to MUNANS zoning for projects located at 500 East Trinity Lane and Edwin Street, unnumbered, approximately 230 feet east of Jones Avenue. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. I'd like to see a show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll move for approval.
Okay, the motion is to approve 1675, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1675 for passage on second reading say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 1675 passes. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on 1676, item number 30. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a neighborhood conservation zoning overlay district to various properties located on Lathan Court and Young's Lane, zone R6 and R8. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
And declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of 1676. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are opposed to 1676. All right, don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wishing to speak in favor? All right, no. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1676 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt 1676. Councilmember Syracuse. This is 1677, item number 31. Ordinance to amend Title 17 to change from OR 20 and R10 to MULAN zoning for properties located at 117, 119, 121 Fairway Drive, approximately 325 feet north of Lebanon Pike. It's 2.49 acres. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of 1677. All right. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to 1677. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. See no movement coming that way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, the motion is to approve 1677 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1677 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Councilmember Welch, item number 32, BL 2023-1678. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning for property located at 465 Radnor Street. It's approximately 275 feet east of Meade Avenue. It's 0.3 acres. Councilmember Welch, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, I see a hand in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Sir, would you like to speak? Good to go. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welch, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to approve.
Okay, the motion is to approve 1678 for pass on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Item 33, BL 2023-1679 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IWD to RM20ANS zoning for properties located at 836 and 838 Cherokee Avenue. It's approximately 150 feet north of Chickasaw Avenue. It's 0.95 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Okay. Would you like to speak? Those in favor? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll move for approval.
All right. 1679, Councilmember Parker is moving for approval of 1679 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1679 for pass on second reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Items 34 and 35 can be taken together. Councilmember Sepulveda, 1680, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS and R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 4612 Nolensville Pike and Nolensville Pike unnumbered, and a portion of property located at 4608 Nolensville Pike, approximately 235 feet east of Taylor Road, is 7.15 acres. And the companion bill, which is BL 2023-1681, that's an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1680, proposed specific plan zoning district. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Sepulveda, you recognized on both those bills.
Move to open up the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, I see hands in different places. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Okay, you've got hands on both sides. Those in favor, if you would, if you want to speak, if you'd come on to the back podium, go ahead and line up. Need name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Weldon, Director of Development for Blue Ridge Atlantic Development. We are the owner-operator. Just want to say thank you to Council Lady Sepulveda for the utmost support on this project thus far. We feel like we have a great plan here. We've been working on this extensively for the last 4 to 6 months. And we feel like we're addressing a much needed asset class of housing. And we hope you guys can take in consideration and approve this. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Jeremy Westmoreland, 2305 Klein Avenue, Senior Associate with Civil Site Design Group. Excuse me. As Sam said, we've been working on this project for some time. We believe it brings a much needed affordable housing to this area. It's located along a well-used public transit route. It's exactly what we think needs to be in this area along these public transit routes. We feel like we're providing what the community wants. We have had community meetings on this and have responded to those comments and that feedback that we've received. We've also worked with planning staff and Councilwoman Sepulveda on this, and believe we've got a project that we can support, and we ask that you to support it as well.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Jeremiah Wooten, 1828 Wild Oaks Court. These are the types of projects we get when we have people who are serious about making this city for people. An affordable housing development with lots of improvements along the right-of-way for people who don't drive cars, not as Councilmember Rosenberg said earlier, to force people to not use cars, but just to give them an option, right? Most places in the city, you do not have the option of not driving a car. So this is, as you heard, an affordable housing development, went in front of the Board of Educational and Health Facilities to help finance that piece, thanks to the support of the city. And also they're making transit improvements along the inbound and outbound stops, creating a safe place for people to cross the street to get from that outbound stop back to their home here. So all around a great development. I wish we had more council members who are willing to say no to more parking and say yes to more people in our city. So I eagerly hope, as you all run for re-election, that you try to think about the people and not just the people driving from Rutherford County, right? Thank you.
All right. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? All right. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition, if you come on up, line up. Yeah, anybody wishing to speak in opposition, come on up. Need name, address, and then 2 minutes.
I'd like to thank you for being able to address the council. My name is Dan Case. We own property at 4408 Taylor Road. There's a few things that concern us being residents on that street. Is you're putting 180 units with two entrances to the project off Taylor Road, which Taylor Road is a very narrow road. There's families that live on this street. It's narrow. It's kind of a cut through from Nolensville Pike to Harding Pike. There is no traffic signal at Nolensville. So I just see that it's going to just add more traffic, more cars without the needed infrastructure to support a project like this. I understand the need for affordable housing. You've got new homes being built on Taylor Road. I would rather see the property used as a single family type situation, but I just ask that you would oppose this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this one? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval with a brief comment.
All right, so Councilmember Sepulveda is moving Bill 2023-1680 and the companion 1681 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. So I do want to thank everyone who came out here to speak for and against this proposal. I do appreciate that. It is creating 180 units of affordable housing. There will be 2 bus shelters added on either side of Nolensville Road. I believe the road will also be expanding, and they are not incorrect, which I did remember correctly. So we are taking specific measures to address some of the concerns. So I would be happy to speak to my constituent that came and address some of those that might still be lingering. We do have an affordable housing issue in this city, and being able to put this along a major corridor is going to help tremendously. Almost 40%, between 30 and 40% of my district lives at or below the poverty line, and being able to provide a little bit of help, I think is going to go a long way in the long run. So with that, I would ask for your approval.
All right, so Councilmember Sepulveda is moving passage of 1680 and 1681 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Discussion on the motion to approve. All right, seeing none, we're on 1680 and 1681. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills pass on second reading. Last bill on regular bills on public hearing. Bill 2023-1682 by Councilmember Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CL to CLNS zoning for properties located at 2425 and 2427 Brick Church Pike, southeast corner of Dennis Drive and Brooklyn Avenue. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This one needs to be deferred because it hasn't been heard by the Planning Commission.
All right, so this one will be deferred to
First meeting in March.
first meeting in March. We'll just automatically deferred to the first meeting in March. How about that? Okay. So this one will show up at the first meeting in March. We're on item number 37, Bill 2022-1366 by Councilmember Hall. These are on bills on public hearing and third reading. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CL to MUNA-NS zoning for property located at 3517 Old Clarksville Pike, approximately 474 feet west of Whites Creek Pike. It's 1.1 acres. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized on the bill.
Like to open public hearing, please, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay, a show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Okay, I didn't see anybody in favor. Those in opposition wish to speak. If you would, come on up. Come on up to the microphone. Go ahead and line up. Name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members. Gary Moore, I live at 2946 Morgan Road, Jordan, Tennessee. I sent each of you an email. There was 112 signatures on it that are in opposition to this. This piece of legislation from the get-go has been a fiasco. Here we are at third reading and having a public hearing. So I would ask each and every one of you to vote no on this. If the applicant wants to come back and start the process over and do it in the proper manner, then that would be fine with me. But the way it's been presented, I am totally against it, and I would ask you to vote no. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Mark James, I live at 2911 Morgan Road, and I'm also here with my wife, Tammy. She's opposed to it as well. Kind of backing up what Gary was saying there, on March the 22nd, the applicant, Jordan Investments, they went and filed for a zone change, and their reason was to revert back to residential, which in that area is typically R40. But on the application, they chose mixed use, MUNA-NS. With the land use policies that the Planning Commission gave us, it actually says MUL-A-NS, which it's saying is 24 units on half an acre, and the rest of the other half acre basically restaurant and retail. So, and like Gary said, this thing started March the 22nd. There's 14 dates that this thing has came up and been talked about. No community meeting whatsoever at this point has happened. So, yes, we don't know what to expect. It's just another blanket zoning that somebody's trying to do in Jordan. So I want to ask you to just, let's kill it right here tonight. And if they want to come back with an SP at some point, we would welcome that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
My name is Gary Milliken. I live at 3562 Old Clarksville Pike. I'm within sight of this structure. I think it's going to be an eyesore if it is ever completed or started. But I'm in opposition for all of the same reasons as Mr. Moore spoke of previously. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this one? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Move for approval with a brief explanation, please.
All right, so Councilmember Hall is moving for approval of 1366, properly seconded. Back to you.
So this is one of those oddities also, because this is an approved bill from planning, unanimously approved, which I know that, makes you chuckle a little bit. But this is one of those that had so many dates because multiple times we had to reset just because of notices being incorrect. you guys remember at the initial public hearing, no opposition at planning, no opposition here. And the only thing that kept us from passing on public hearing at that initial one was the notices had to be redone. There was a typo in the signage. Since then, you had some of this other conversation come about, but admittedly, the handful of opposition that you guys are going to hear publicly at multiple meetings, they don't want to see anything really happen in Jolton, and so that's why you see same all the time. But at the end of the day, this is a unanimously approved bill at planning. There were only 8 residents in close to this area, so when the notices did go, other than the signage, there's no residents nearby to actually notify. This is in a place where it's basically empty, but would be great because of proximity to White Street Pike and the old closed down Jolton Middle School. So move for approval.
Okay. So Councilmember Hall has moved for approval of 1366. People in the queue, Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wonder if I might hear the Reader's Digest version of planning's report on this project.
Okay. Big print version. Ms. Milligan, you're recognized.
Certainly. So the property has a land use policy of T2 Rural Neighborhood Center. And the requested zoning, which is MUNANS, is supported by that policy. And so both staff and the Planning Commission recommended approval based on the zoning being consistent with the land use policy.
Councilmember Nash? Okay. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This may be for the sponsor. There was a question from the audience about what is being built on the property. Wondered if you could speak to that.
Councilmember Hall.
It's supposed to be townhomes for sale. That's why the NS was added for North Short-Term Rentals. 21 to 24.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think for me, the Reader's Digest I'm looking for is why this seemed to take such an unusual journey in terms of the schedule of public hearing and planning process. And I guess maybe it would help me to have an explanation of the schedule of this bill as it has gotten to this point.
Ms. Milligan.
I don't have all of the dates in front of me, but if I recall, I believe that there was at some point that the notices were not returned. And so it was automatically deferred to allow for that to happen. And then if I recall, it was noticed properly, but there was a typo on the sign. And so it was redone, and then there was a properly held public hearing. And that this is an additional public hearing on top of the properly held public hearing.
Great, thank you.
All right. Councilman Vercher.
My question has already been asked, but if planning can, what's the closest residence to this potential development?
Just a second, let me look. I can do some measuring.
It's okay, Lisa. And while you're doing that too, what's the closest apartment building to this development too?
Okay, so the property is currently zoned CL, which is commercial limited, which allows for commercial uses. The property immediately adjacent to the east is commercial. Immediately adjacent to the west is a, I believe, single family, which would be. Sorry, I'm measuring. Roughly 50 or so feet from the property line of this property. It's adjacent to a residential zoning district. And then in regards to multifamily, I will have to pull up a different program so that I can look at land use by parcel, and that will take me a few minutes if you want me to do that. I don't have that capability on the online service.
Councilor Burcher.
No, it's okay. She answered. Just was making sure that it was already residential around the area.
Okay. Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This was approved at planning, but I do think when we have so many people that feel like they were not heard and that they're still opposed to this, I think what we see in this case is you have a community like Jolton who maybe feels like they're being left out in the dark a little bit about what's going on in their community. And you have people that are not against development and are not against growth. In fact, the people I talk to in Jolton want some great development to come their way. They want some new restaurants to eat at and places to shop. And they understand that some additional residential is the way to do that. But I think there is this fear of the unknown. And I think with that said, a better approach at this might be an SP, like one of the speakers has suggested, because even though this might fit the policy for that area, we really have to think about how the sentiment of the folks living there, how they feel that they have maybe been slighted and left in the dark in the past, or maybe on this particular item being confused about when it was or was not being heard. I think we owe it to the folks to not pass this, and if the applicant wants to come back with something more specific so that folks feel like they know exactly what's going to happen and they don't feel like the sheets are being pulled over their head. So I would urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Vircher.
I'm just trying to get some consistency here, and just for the body. So all night, we've had these multiple public hearings on various zoning bills, and my colleague to my right made a really dramatic plea for another colleague where it was actually disapproved by the Planning Commission, and this body overwhelmingly supported that council member. So I'm making the point, I don't think we should be picking and choosing when we support certain council members. If we're gonna rely on the council member as the expert and the point of contact and so forth for their respective districts, then that needs to be applicable to all district council members. That's my point, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, council member. All right. So here's where we are. We're on a motion to approve Bill 2022-1366 for passage on third reading. It's been properly seconded. There is nobody left in the queue. Pursuant to the rules, if there's a negative vote, we have to go on the board, and that's where we are. It's just a regular vote. It needs 21 votes, but if there's a negative vote, just pursuant to the rules, negative votes, you put it on the board. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
I'll say, can we go ahead and just go on the board?
Yeah, we're going to go on the board. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So there's nobody left in the queue. Everybody ready to vote? Okay, Mr. Clerk, we are voting on BL 2022-1366. The motion is to pass the bill on third reading. If you're for the bill, then you would vote aye. If you're against it, you'd vote no. Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you would. Okay. Everybody in? All right, needs 21 votes. Mr. Clerk, close the machine to take the vote. Ayes 17, noes 13, 6 abstentions, so it fails on third reading. Okay. All right, we are now ready for the consent resolutions and resolutions.
All right, I'm going to read through the resolutions that are on the consent agenda. If there's anything that needs to be pulled off, let me know. Resolution 2023-1977, 1979. 1979 needs to be pulled off? Okay. 1982, 1983, 1984, 1985, 1986, 1987, 1988, 1989, 1990, 1991, 1992, 1993, 1994, 1995, 1996, 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000, 2001, 2003, 2004, 2006, 2007, 2008, and 2009. Is there anything that needs to come off of the consent agenda? No. Councilwoman Stiles?
Yes, can we take off number 69?
(2007)
Correct.
All right. Does anything else need to come off of the consent agenda? All right, I will read the captions. Resolution 2023-1977, sponsors Roten, Welsh, and Swara, approves a community-based treatment services for offenders grant from the Tennessee Department of Correction to the state trial courts to divert eligible offenders from the Tennessee prison system by providing community supervision and treatment services. Resolution 2023-1982, approves the grant, sponsors Roten and Swara, approves a grant from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency to the Metro Department of Finance to provide public assistance for damage caused by severe storms, tornadoes, and flooding during March 25th to April 3rd, 2021. Resolution 2023-1983 approves the terms of a cooperative purchasing master agreement for the purchase of emergency generators and electrical energy power generation equipment for the Department of General Services. Resolution 2023-1984 sponsors O'Connell, Roten, and Allen, appropriates $1,200,000 in community development block grant funds to assist with the construction of Phase 2 of Coastie Gardner Senior Park, located at 1606 Jefferson Street in North Nashville. Resolution 2023-1985 sponsors Van Reese, Roten, and Allen, authorizes the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency to enter into a pilot agreement and accept payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes with respect to a multifamily housing project located at 301 Ben Allen Road, known as Ben Allen Ridge. Resolution 2023-1986 approves an application for a major cultural institution grant from the Tennessee Arts Commission to the Metro Arts Commission to provide general operating support, sponsors Roten and Hurt. Resolution 2023-1987 sponsors Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, and others, approves a grant contract between the Metro Board of Health and the Mental Health Cooperative to provide expertise and staff in emergency behavioral health care to support the Nashville Fire Department co-response model, also known as Responders Engaged and Committed to Help. Resolution 2023-1988 approves an agreement between the Metro Board of Health and the Duke University Sanford School of Public Policy to provide a wide range of clinical, non-clinical, and public health experience opportunities for its students, sponsors Syracuse and Welsh. Resolution 2023-1989, sponsors Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, and others, approves a grant from the Marjorie A. Newhoff Private Foundation Incorporated to the Metro Board of Health to provide funding for the care of shelter animals and Metro Animal Care and Control. Resolution 2023-1990, sponsors Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, and Swara, approves Amendment 1 to a Community Health Workers for Public Health Response and Resilient Grant from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to the Metro Board of Health to address COVID-19 health disparities in the Nashville area. Resolution 2023-1991, sponsors Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, and Hancock, approves Amendment 3 to a grant contract between the Metro Board of Health and STARS Nashville to fund an epidemiologist position to study data regarding cigarette smoking, vaping, and e-cigarette use with a primary focus on children and young adults. Resolution 2023-1992, sponsors Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, and Hancock, approves Amendment 6 to a grant from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to the Metro Board of Health for the ongoing collection of data on ambient air concentrations for fine particulate matter in Nashville, Tennessee. Resolution 2023-1993, sponsors Roten, authorizes the Metro Department of Law to settle the property damage claim of Liberty Mutual at Subrogio Maya de Villa against the Metropolitan Government in the amount, in the amount of $18,473.98, and that said amount to be paid from the Self-Insured Liability Fund. Resolution 2023-1994, sponsors Roten and Syracuse, approves an application for a Homeland Security grant from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency to the Metro Office of Emergency Management. Resolution 2023-1995 approves a Child and Adult Care Food Program grant application and accepts a CHCFP grant from the Tennessee Department of Human Services to the Metro Parks and Recreation Department to provide nutritious meals and snacks for children attending after-school programs at 13 community centers. Sponsors Roten, Hurt, Welsh, and Swara. Resolution 2023-1996, sponsors Roten and Hurt, approves a grant from the Tennessee Titans to the Metro Board of Parks and Recreation to launch a Titans NFL Flag League in spring 2023 with funding to be used for registration fees and scholarships. Resolution 2023-1997, sponsors Roten and Syracuse, approves a monetary donation from the Nashville Downtown Partnership, Inc. to the Metro Nashville Police Department to assist with the purchase of a Polaris utility vehicle. Resolution 2023-1998, sponsors Roten and Syracuse, approves an intergovernmental agreement between the Metro Nashville Police Department and Tennessee State University for extra-duty police services. Resolution 2023-1999, sponsors Roten, authorizes the Metro Department of Law to compromise and settle the claims of Paul Garrett against the Metropolitan Government and its employees in the amount of $1,200,000, with said amount to be paid from the Judgments and Lawsuits Fund. Resolution 2023-2000, sponsors Johnston, Roten, Withers, and Pulley, approves a project modification to an agreement between the Metropolitan Government and the United States Department of Army to add a parcel related to the acquisition and removal of flood-prone properties in the 7 Mile Creek watersheds. Resolution 2023-2001, sponsors Roten, Withers, Pulley, and others, approves an agreement between the United States Department of the Army and the Metro Department of Water and Sewerage Services for the Richland Creek Flood Risk Management Project in Davidson County, Tennessee. Resolution 2023, sponsors O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley, abandons existing public sanitary sewer and water mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements to replace fire hydrant assembly, to relocate fire hydrant assembly, and to accept new public sanitary sewer and water mains, sanitary sewer manhole, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for 2 properties located at 801 12th Avenue North and 814th Avenue North. Resolution 2023-2004, sponsor Allen, confirms the appointment of the members of the Tax Incentive and Abatement Study and Formulating Committee. Resolution 2023-2006, sponsor Syracuse, honors Colonel Elmer V. Craig and Sergeant Johnny W. Craig of the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and supports the Memorial Highway designation on U.S. Highway 70, Lebanon Pike in their memory. Resolution 2023-2008 honors the legacy of John A. Hobbs, the Hobbs family, and John A.'s Restaurant, sponsors Roten, Syracuse, Evans, Hager, and Hancock. And Resolution 2023-2009 sponsors Allen, Withers, and Taylor, recognizes the team representing Nashville in the 2023 Gov Games in Dubai. Is there anything that needs to come off of the consent agenda? All right, we will move on to, do you see someone? Councilwoman Stiles, did you want to pull something off the consent agenda?
No, I think I already had, 2007.
Right, I didn't read that one.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Roten, was your hand up? All right, moving on to committee reports, affordable housing, Councilwoman Hauser.
Yes, affordable housing considered RS 2023-1985, and we approved 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Roten, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. In 2023, 1977, 79, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 2000, 2001, and 2002 were all 14 in favor, 0 against. 1999 was 13 in favor, 0 against.
Planning and Zoning, Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Planning and Zoning met and considered resolutions RS 2023, 2000, 2001, and 2003, and we recommended approval of each of those, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Councilwoman Hurd, Public Facilities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public Facilities, Arts, and Culture considered RS 2023, 1986, 1995, 1996, all 6 in favor and 0 against.
Councilman Syracuse, Public Health and Safety.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Public Health and Safety considered RS 2023, 1987, 1988, 1989, 1990, 1991, 1992, 1994, 1997, and 1998. Recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenberg, Rules.
Thank you, Madam President. Rules had 2004, 2006, 2007, 2008, and 2009, and voted 5 in favor, none against on all of them.
Councilmember Pulley, we're waiting on you for Transportation and Infrastructure.
And what do you need?
You had Resolution 2023, 2000, 2001.
All of them on consent, yeah. So Transportation Infrastructure considered RS 2023 2000 through 2003 and voted 7 in favor, 0 against to recommend approval. And with that, I move approval of the consent agenda.
Been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the consent agenda, aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Here. Hey, one time. Sure. Okay. All right, we're ready to go. These are items that were not on the consent agenda. All right, the first one up is item 38, RS 2023-1951 by Councilmember Sledge, O'Connell, Parker, and others. Resolution appropriating $1 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds from Fund 30216 to the Metropolitan Government to provide subsidies for electric bicycles. Councilmember Sledge, you recognize.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
I've got Budget and Finance. Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We recommended deferral to the first meeting in April, 14 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to defer to the first meeting in April with a brief explanation.
All right, the motion is the first meeting in April. That's one of the bills going to be, the resolution is going to be deferred to. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to just show appreciation. Mary Jo and I talked through kind of what the details of this legislation could look like from an ARP standpoint. I am working on that to get a draft in front of her in order for it to be potentially heard by the ARP committee in March, because they're not hearing new requests until then. I think I have that correct. Okay. And so that will allow us time to craft that legislation. And I'm also having additional conversations with folks in similar markets who have gone through this process. So with that, I'd renew my motion. Thanks.
All right, so the motion is to defer this resolution to the first meeting in April. Get properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. This one's deferred to the first meeting in April. Next item up is item number 40, RS 2023-1978. Councilmembers Roten and Gamble, initial resolution determining to issue general obligation bonds of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in aggregate a principal amount of not to exceed $478,540,000. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm going to move for the required deferral for one meeting with a brief explanation.
All right, so your budget and finance, did you all take any action in budget and finance?
We did not take any action. We discussed this last night till we were there till almost 8 o'clock. All of the department heads, commissions, boards, everyone was there. We had a pretty full house, everyone asking a lot of questions. Finance was there answering a lot of questions. We're going to do the same thing in 2 weeks. If you have any questions about the capital spending plan, come out on a Monday night and stay with us, get you some dinner and stay for a while. So it's on a Tuesday.
All right, so your motion is to defer one meeting.
For one, it's my understanding it's, President's Day, so it'll be on a Tuesday, so we might not be answering that much, staying that late that night, so.
All right, so the motion is, because it's automatically has to be moved, so it's to the next meeting. Councilor Mendez, you're recognized.
Thanks. I have a substitute in the package that I'm not going to move tonight, but just to mention briefly in reference to the deferral. The substitute would remove $5 million that's in the CSP for East Bank planning. The CIB item talks about property acquisition, environmental remediation, utility relocation, transit hub, parking, and frankly, it's premature for more East Bank spending to get approved before the stadium is taken care of. So I'll move that at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Mendez. Any other discussion on this one? All right, so it's an automatic deferral based upon the rules for one meeting. So this one will be heard at the next meeting. Again, if there are questions about this, get in touch with Councilmember Roten or get in touch with the council office who will get in touch with Councilmember Roten. Next item up is item number 41, RS 2023-1979 by Councilmember Roten, Johnston, and Gamble. It's a resolution reducing the authority of the Metropolitan Government to issue general obligation bonds pursuant to certain initial resolutions previously adopted by the Metropolitan County Council. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just real quickly, number 4, number 5, I'm sorry, 1979, 1980, and 1981 are all part of the capital spending plan and the 4% in supplemental appropriations. All of these are being deferred to track with the capital spending plan, so I just wanted y'all to know what these were. So I would move for deferral for 2023-1979.
All right, so Budget and Finance took this one up and the committee deferred one meeting. Councilmember Roten is deferring this one meeting. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on that one? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion of one meeting on 1979 say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred one meeting, RS 2023-1980. Roten and Gamble, resolution appropriating certain accounts, to certain accounts for the benefit of the Administrative Department, Police Department, Fire Department, Finance Department, ITS, Parks Department, NDOT, Department of General Services, Nashville General Hospital, and NDOT surplus parking funds, the amount of $88,908,200. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This as well is going to be deferred. We have I think a typo correction amendment, so I'd move for the amendment. I'll move the amendment.
You're going to move the amendment? Okay.
Yeah.
So Councilmember Roten is moving an amendment on RS 2023-1980, properly seconded. I think it's a housekeeping amendment.
It is a housekeeping, just typo.
Okay. Any discussion?
It was approved 14-0.
All right. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Now you're on your resolution as amended.
Move to defer one meeting.
Okay. The motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on that one? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion for one meeting, say aye. Opposed, no. That one's deferred one meeting, and now we're on RS 2023-1981, item number 43 by Councilor Roden. Resolution appropriating the amount of $16,779,600 from the general fund reserve funds for the purchase of equipment and building repairs for various departments of the Metropolitan Government. Councilor Roden, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for deferral for one meeting. It was approved 14 in favor, 0 against budget finance.
Okay, so it did get a referral. It did get an approval in budget and finance. Okay, Councilor Roden has moved this one meeting, RS 2023-1981, for one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on that one? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion from one meeting for RS 2023-1981 say aye. Opposed, no. That one's deferred one meeting as well. Okay, next one up is which one is your next one? Yeah, that was taken off. So item 64, RS 2023-2002 by council members Roten, Withers, and Pulley. It's a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Government acting by through the Metro Department of Water and Sewer Services to enter into an agreement with Novo Antioch Owner LLC to fund the operation and maintenance of a force main within the public right-of-way for its development of 1421 Rule Hill Road. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I had this down as consent, but
it looks like it got bumped off of consent. That's what
okay, so I will move approval, and budget and finance approved at 14 in favor, 0 against.
All right, planning and zoning, Councilmember Withers. This is, yeah, Councilmember Vercher.
I signed on to this. This is in my district, and I was going to request a deferral to the first meeting in March so we can have a community meeting.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me get the committee reports, and then I'm going to come to you, okay? Planning and zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and zoning met and recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention.
All right. Transportation infrastructure, Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation infrastructure recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right. All right. Councilmember Roten, back to you.
I guess I would withdraw my motion for.
Sorry, hold on.
Sorry. I guess I would refer this to the fine councilwoman from Antioch if she'd like to make the motion on what she'd like to do with moved first meeting, deferred to the first meeting in March. Thank you.
So you're moving to defer to the first meeting in March.
That's correct.
Okay. Councilmember Vercher seconds. Okay. All right, that's the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer to the first meeting in March, RS 2023-2002, say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred to the first meeting in March. Okay. I've got 2005. That's okay. RS, item number 67, RS 2023-2005 by Councilmember Rosenberg. Resolutions stating the Metropolitan Council's opposition to House Bill 48, Senate Bill 87, and other legislation that makes substantial changes to governance in Nashville-Davidson County without the assent of Davidson County voters. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll give the committee report. We began discussion. Councilmember Hancock made a motion to defer one meeting. Those who supported the motion to defer stated that they didn't feel like we knew enough about this proposal to vote on it tonight, or that we would be fanning the flames by saying no thank you. I argued that folks up there are making the argument that we are in favor of this legislation, that it's important to go on the record before it went before anybody else, before it went to more committees. Ultimately, the motion to defer passed with Hancock, Rutherford, and Vercher supporting it, Evans and Rosenberg against it, and I'd move to suspend the rules to consider this legislation tonight.
All right, so Councilmember Rosenberg, so the Rules Committee voted 3-2 to defer, so the motion, so it's an automatic deferral. You're moving to suspend the rules to get it heard tonight, okay? So the question is, before the body, Is Councilmember Rosenberg is moving to suspend the rules to get it heard tonight. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? I see one hand. Okay, so this matter is going to be heard tonight. All right, so we are on the resolution. Councilman Rosenberg, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all for the opportunity for us to discuss this tonight. As everybody knows, there's legislation currently pending in the legislature that would make a number of changes to the way Metro government operates, including reducing the size of the council. I think some of us think that changing the size of the council might be a good thing, might be a bad thing, but ultimately that this is a decision that should be made by the people of Davidson County. When we make changes like that, we don't even allow the council to do it. We say this has to be done by the voters of Davidson County. Unfortunately, there's some hostile legislation that would take away that right from us. Ironically, it's being made by a sponsor in a county with 25 members on their county legislative body. But here we are. Appreciate your support tonight. A yes vote is saying that you think that the people of Nashville should make this decision. A no vote is supporting what the state is doing. An abstention is supporting what the state is doing, but saying you don't want to say so publicly. So I'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to approve RS 2023-2005. Properly seconded. Councilman Mendez, you're recognized.
Thanks. I support the resolution and appreciate you bringing it. I hear the voices of, well, let's not make them mad, try to find a compromise. And I'm here to tell you that if you look at what's going on in Texas with the supermajority and blue cities there, or Florida with what the frankly despicable Governor DeSantis is doing with blue cities, we're not going to compromise our way into a better relationship with the state. If we went up there, all of us went up there and promised, we'll stop saying the word gay, we'll stop saying abortion, we'll stop saying immigration, bring the RNC to town. Can you please drop all the legislation? It would never happen. They might this year, but it's all coming back next year. We're in the middle of a national polarized culture war where red supermajorities are picking at blue cities, not just here, and we're not going to compromise our way into it. We need to run Nashville the way Nashville needs to be run, the way our constituents want it run, and let the chips fall where they may with the state. So I appreciate the resolution, going to vote in favor of it.
Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I disagree with the assumption that voting no means you are in favor of the state legislation and voting yes means you're opposed to the state legislation. I do think that there is something to be said for working together and not poking the bear. This term, we have commended our health department for enforcing the mask mandate. And when the health department said, okay, we don't need to do the mask mandate anymore, then we wrote a resolution encouraging the health department to keep the mask mandate. We did the same with the schools, with the school closures. We commended them for knowing when to close, and then we asked them to stay closed. And the state stepped in and took away the control of the health department. They stepped in and took away the decisions of the school district. We keep fighting, and hey, if we just want to fight and we don't want to accomplish things, then let's go for it. But at some point, we need to realize that the legislators are going to make these decisions, and we're going to have to follow them. They have the power to disband Metro, and I'm not living in fear that they're going to do that. I'm trying to look at the bright side and do the best we can moving forward. But I do think that we should start trying to get along instead of always trying to antagonize.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am in support of the resolution, and one of the reasons is because if you listen to what Councilmember Rosenberg says, is that this is a way for us to at least state where we stand. I was in committee meeting today, not yesterday, and one of the arguments was that there are people in Nashville that actually supports reducing the council. And I think that a vote from this body at least shows where we stand I'm not for reducing the council because I think it would negatively impact minority community. And like I've said to everyone that will listen, that there are 3 metro governments in the state of Tennessee, and we have metro government with 6,000 people with 20 council members, 12,000 with 15 council members, and we have a council of 40 for 800,000 people. And so if it is about connecting to our constituents, then we want to do more for them. Listen to Councilmember part of his speech this afternoon. Each council member here, district council, is reaching about, how many is that, 18,000 people. With these changes now going to be about 37. That makes our work more difficult. That makes us serving our constituents more difficult. I think on record, we should at least be able to say, we think that this is work for Nashville. It's been 40 members since 1962. When the population was only 200,000, we're now almost 800,000, and we're still 40 members. It is working for Nashville. I've heard the arguments that we sometimes disagree here. I've heard the argument that things don't always go well here, and I want to submit that if you have 40 people, you have 20 people, you have 10 people, there will be disagreements. People having disagreement is not a reason to cut the council. It should be about our constituents. It should be the services that we render. And us having too many people is going to cut into the services that we do render. And so for the sake of the people, not ours, not our ego, not our fighting, not here, but what we do for Nashville, I think we should stand and we should say we are not in support. And like I said, I mentioned it at announcements. The bill is now going to finance ways and means. People should look at capital.t.gov, look at the members on that committee, and they should write them and let them know overwhelmingly that we don't support it. So they're not saying people want it. So for that reason, I'm going to support it. I'm going to ask everybody to please voice our lack of support, even if it's not going to work. At least it's good to be on record that we said we do not support it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution, and it's for a few different reasons than what have already been expressed. I was represented, like everybody in here, to reflect the interests and preferences, concerns, and desires of my constituents. In this case, I also don't make a habit of going outside the boundaries of Nashville and Davidson County and telling other communities how they ought to govern themselves. It's a big issue that we have had this power in our hands for decades, since the founding of Metro government, and that the origin story of how we got to a 40-member body is somewhat embedded in that conversation that's played out across those decades. We have had the conversation about, should we reduce? Is there a better way? And there have been many people through the years that have said, yes, we may have more effectively governed it. But I also look at the performance. As a native Nashvilleian, I really want to make sure that the part of the city that I represent is an attractive place for people to come live, work, play, and invest. And guess what? Over the past 7 years, we've seen a surge in population growth in District 19. We've seen a surge in business growth in District 19. We've seen a surge in development interest in District 19. I'm very proud of that. I've worked very hard to make this a place that is an attractive part of the city and the state to be in, and I intend to continue doing that. I think it's good for Nashville as a whole that we have, with this body, with the leadership of multiple mayors across multiple decades, created an economic engine that is now the largest city in the state of Tennessee. And last time I checked, all Nashvilleians are Tennesseans too, and we deserve to be allowed the right to govern ourselves as we see fit. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I agree with all my eloquent colleagues. We and elegant. There's no question that we want to serve our constituents well, and that the current system has worked well. I'm also a pragmatist, and I want to make sure that if we make a statement and it in fact then takes away our right to do that because we've continued to poke the bear, when there may possibly be a peaceful solution, I would regret that I had been part of making that, taking away what we think is so important to us. So I would, if there is someone in the room that could respond to what the possibilities are of us being successful in trying to continue to rep our constituents in the way that we are now. And I'm not sure I can specifically call on anyone who is lobbying on the Hill that might be a member of our council that has thoughts on that. But do we enhance our chances of trying to make peace with the state and allow them to allow us to continue to make our own city decisions by making this statement, which I agree with, but is it serving our purposes, or is it just making us feel good that we've made a statement and then we lose what we value? Is there someone in this room that spends some time on the Hill that wants to respond to that?
Councilmember Allen, there are obviously lobbyists that are up on the Hill, and they are not here. I'm looking at Mr. Jameson and Ginger Hauser, who is the lead, who takes care of the lobbyists, is also not here. Mr. Jameson, do you have any comments? I mean, what I can say is I don't know the answer to your question. Mr. Jameson, you got, and I hate to call on you because that's not officially your position, but I guess the best I can say is that I'm up there, and I can't tell you yet whether whether passing this pokes the bear or whether it really doesn't matter. Mr. Jameson? Hold on.
Ginger Hauser is the state liaison and coordinates the lobbying team. In a discussion regarding this resolution, there was concern that it might further antagonize and eliminate any options that her team would have towards negotiation or engagement. Beyond that, I don't know the answer to your question in terms of what the likelihood is from here.
It's a very ever-changing situation. Okay. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be very brief. I believe my colleagues and the constituency knows my position on it, as I've been very vocal. One thing that I would like to highlight, though, something that keeps coming up is like the notion of like poking the bear. And I just want to acknowledge that this is a very respectful way of saying, hey, we don't agree with this legislation, and as legislators, we should all be able to have an honest conversation to say whether or not we agree with legislation or not. Nowhere in the legislation are we being inflammatory. We're not calling anyone any names. We're not being disrespectful. We are simply saying that we disagree with this legislation and that the wheel should go with the Davidson County voters, which, as we've seen, the voters have voted and said that this is not what they will want. We saw that as recently as 2015, that our constituency said that they did not want a reduced size of a council. So one thing that I just want to make sure that we are cognizant of is that we are not using these talking points against ourselves, saying that we're doing something that we're not doing. We're not poking the bear. We're not doing anything disrespectful, y'all. We are literally saying that we oppose legislation, which as legislators, we should be able to do in a respectful way. And I want to quote very quickly, there was a quote from the RNC chairwoman that said, the values we share transcend our differences. Is that not a thing? Do we not share the same values? Do we not share the values of diversity, local control, and public service for all? It's okay that we disagree about stuff. It's okay that we disagree about policy, or maybe we don't all have the same way to get somewhere. That's okay. But we can have that conversation in a respectful manner. And this is a very respectful manner. And if I can, Vice Mayor, I would like to yield the rest of my time to Councilmember Rosenberg.
Councilman Rosenberg, he's on the list. He's already spoken on this matter, but I'm going to go ahead and defer it over. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Council Member. I think that if we're scared to just simply say we don't agree with this, it kind of makes the point of where we are in our relationship. There's nothing at all, as Councilmember Porterfield said, incendiary in this at all. It's a very measured preamble. And then the enacting clause says the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County hereby goes on record as opposing HB 48, SB 87, and other legislation that makes substantial changes to governance in Nashville-Davidson County without the assent of Davidson County voters. I don't understand how that's poking any kind of animal at all. It's very measured and a simple statement of our position. And thank you very much.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was going to defer to my colleague. Do you need any more time? Okay, he's good. So I guess I just have a little bit of a problem with the idea of poking the bear when it comes to this resolution. I don't understand. What's poking the bear? Fighting for women's rights, fighting for city control, fighting for affordable housing, fighting for workers' rights. Is that poking the bear? I just feel like we as a city have been pushing legislation that a good portion of our constituents have wanted for a long time, and we continue to push for these measures, and the state has been pushing back for a very long time. So I don't understand. We continue to do the same things over and over again, and we haven't gotten anywhere. And I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Mendez. I don't think that there's any more that we could do to make them angry or make them happy, buy them a basket, buy them some tickets to a Titans game. I don't know. I don't think we have been there for a very long time. I think that the resolution is measured, and we're just making a statement saying where we stand. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote for this.
Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I stand in support of this resolution also. I think it's a very dangerous road we go down when we will not call things what they are to their face. The state legislature has been using raw abuses of power to undermine our democracy. And when we vote for resolutions like this, we are serving the purpose of democracy. A bear is a bear no matter what. It's going to eat you if it wants to eat you, and the state has shown us that they will. This is not normal. These are not normal. This is not discourse, what is happening here, what is happening across the country. These are the underpinnings of authoritarianism and fascism, and they need to be called out for what they are to their face. We win nothing by standing off on the sidelines and acting as if this is totally normal, and normalizing this is just how you go about legislating and treating people. Democracy means commitment to liberty and truth and equality, and it is very important that we put those values at the forefront of what we do as legislators. And so I see no upside to pretending that what is happening is not happening and thinking that somehow we can negotiate with people who don't care about civil rights, who don't care about human rights, who don't care about individual autonomy and sovereignty of cities and governments like ours. It's not going to change. We should not be negotiating away our rights, because that is what will happen if we go down this path. Each time the compromise will be we give up a little bit more and a little bit more, and that is how you take away people's human rights and civil rights, and we should not be doing it. We should actually have something that's a lot stronger than what this resolution says, but I strongly urge my colleagues to support this and stand up for democracy and truth and call this for what it is, an abuse of power and the first step down a road towards fascism. Thank you.
Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I've been asked a lot from constituents who don't, the constituents out there don't understand necessarily who makes their laws. I've had people reach out to me and say, Emily, what can I do about this? What can you do about this? What can we do about this? And so they don't understand what power we have. They don't understand that they need to go to their state legislators and talk with them about how they oppose this. They don't understand that they have a voice there too. By the way, their voice is loudest with 35 district council members. Setting that aside, that just came to me. But this is something that we have the power to do as a body. This is something that I can do for them. This is something that we can do for them. But what I think, when I think about this bill isn't about 40 council members. This bill isn't about, what's happening at the state. Not this resolution that we're talking about tonight. What's happening at the state with regards to the size of this body is not about 40 Nashvillians, and it's not about 20 Nashvillians. It's about 10% of the population of the state. It's about 700,000 Nashvillians losing power, losing their political voice. That's 10%. 1 out of 10 Tennesseans live here and are losing their voice by this action on Capitol Hill. This is something that together we can do to make sure that those voices are being lifted up, that those voices are being heard, so that I feel so passionate about making sure that the people who reach out to me who are terrified, who don't understand that if the state takes over the convention center, what will that mean to their pocketbook? Sorry, not takes over the convention center, bails on their commitment of that they've made to us about the convention center debt. What does that mean to their household, my constituents' household? What does that mean to 10% of the state's population? This isn't about 40 members here. This is about 700,000 Nashvillians. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this. I think it is a very thoughtfully written resolution, and I appreciate the level of discourse that was taken in writing it. So I would encourage all of my colleagues to understand that this is the high road. We are taking the high road representing the people who put us in this seat. And a power poll that was referred to in committee on the Hill today, saying that 55% of Nashvillians support a smaller council, that's a power poll. That's some of the most powerful people in the state, in the region, in the city. That's not 700,000 Nashvillian voters who showed up in 2015 and voted against making this body smaller. Thank you. I will be in support of this bill.
Okay, thank you,
I'm sorry, resolution.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I want to thank Councilman Rosenberg, as other colleagues have, for creating a Just the Facts resolution. Supporting this is just supporting the facts, and this has not been a fact-based conversation as driven by the state. I have watched the last 2 hearings and the assertions that have been made that this is an effort around efficiency and effectiveness. And, you know, we as a body have spoken about that. We have talked about changing size. We've talked about it as a community. And in 2015, the Nashville community, as part of democracy, said they wanted to retain a council of this size. We were the first city-county consolidated government in the United States of America. We combined, 50 some odd county magistrates and, a local city council. And, we're doing good work in this city at a very difficult time. We have had a tornado, a pandemic, a derecho, a flood, a bombing, 3 mayors in a time we'd normally have 1. And this will be, it is a chaotic measure. This is not good for our city at this time. If we want to have this conversation, we can, and perhaps we should, but we should do that in a measured way, educating our citizens, talking about the merits of 40 versus 20 and the variety of numbers and so forth. We can, at this time, optimize the functionality of the 40-member body. We know how to do that. We know how to make our committees strong. We know how to make this body work the best that it can. And I would assert that it's working pretty well right now, so much so that Nashvillians voted to keep it. And so this is an important resolution. We've got to sign on and co-sponsor it. Email the clerk now. Vote for it. We need to speak up at this time, and we need to speak up for the folks that elected us to represent them. And, we have been in a very defensive posture as a city with the, second most preemptive state legislature in the United States of America, I guess, after Texas, as Councilman Mendez alluded to. And so this is just another way to kind of reach down and, stick it to the big bad blue city, supposedly, in the red state. We are a nonpartisan body. That is a strength. We are a diverse body. That is a strength. When you're a 40-member body and, you're a minivan driving mom that cares about walkable communities, you can run for office and come and deliver policy that answers to that. A young Latina woman, my African-American colleagues, our diversity is our strength. It is good for this city. Let's step up and support this resolution.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Call the question.
All right. Councilmember Nash has called the previous question. We're not voting on the resolution. Just the previous question. Okay, it has to be a point of order. Okay.
And maybe this isn't for the roll call, but can we get a roll call vote on the vote for the resolution?
It will be, because it's going to be negative votes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So we're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. Because I think there's going to be negative votes on it, it'll be a roll call. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Clerk, if you would. Okay. We are voting on RS 2023-2005. If you're for it, you'd vote obviously yes. If you're against it, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up machines. Previous question? Yeah. Yeah, we voted on the previous question. So we are now voting on the motion to adopt the resolution. Everybody in? All right, Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 31, noes 3, 2 abstentions. Resolution passes. All right. We are now ready for I think it's RS 2023-2007. Is that right? This is a resolution recognizing Pastor Randall Cordell's 30 years of service at Lakeshore Christian Church. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I guess committee reports? Committee reports or
yeah, committee reports, rules and confirmations. Councilmember Rosenberg. It's item number 69, RS 2023-2007.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 5 in favor, none against.
All right, Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you so very much. I would like to move for approval with a brief comment.
Right, so the motion is to pass. You want to pass resolution, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you very much. This resolution is just acknowledging the 30 years of service for Pastor Randy Cordell for Lakeshore Christian Church. He has been really instrumental over the last few years in terms of tornado assistance. We've had fires, we've done a lot of food drives, and even most recently, with the power outage, the church has been open to the community. So I wanted to do this resolution in honor of him, and also wanted to employ the Murphy rule on this if we could.
Okay, so your motion is to approve. Again, it was properly seconded, and then you want to apply the Murphy rule so that everybody voting in the affirmative is listed as a prime sponsor. All right, so that's the motion. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of RS 2023-2007 say aye. Opposed, no. That resolution is adopted. I think that takes care of everything else, right? Except we did have a late filed resolution. This is a resolution honoring the Tennessee State University Aristocrat of Bands on its historic wins at the 65th Annual Grammy Awards. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized. Hold on. There you go. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I would like to move for approval. Well, I'm sorry, I would like to suspend the rules.
That's right. Did you go to the Rules Committee?
I made it to rules, yes.
Okay. Councilman Rosenberg, what'd you say there?
Mr. President, we said let's go.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Taylor, it's up to you. You want to move to suspend the rules?
Outstanding. I want to.
Okay. So Councilmember Taylor is moving to suspend the rules to get this resolution celebrating two big wins with TSU. Tonight, any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, you're on your resolution. Rules are suspended. Thank you.
I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
All right. So the motion is to approve the resolution. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Outstanding. This is exciting. A huge win for District 21. Even bigger win for the city of Nashville. This is the first time a marching band has ever won a Grammy, not one, but two Grammys, and they took it home. If you haven't had a chance to listen to the album, The Urban Hymnal, I say you should. I think we could use a little urban hymnal in our lives after a conversation we just had here. But nevertheless, we're really excited for the students and those students at Tennessee State and their professors. They've done a great job with what they do. They're complete artists, and we see that in Nashville and Music City. And when we think about Music City, sometimes we like to think about downtown and Broadway, but we have some of the most talented artists right here in Nashville along the corridor from Fisk University and the Jubilee Singers all the way down to Tennessee State University and the Aristocratic Band. So as a councilman of that district, I'm really excited to honor them this evening. And I would like to also yield some time to Councilmember Welsh, who also has a few thoughts on this.
Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, CM Taylor, for yielding your time. This is really exciting for me because I am a TSU alum, and the funk was always in my blood, and this is history making, but I am not surprised at all because my experience at TSU was wonderful. The university was so dedicated to excellence and spirit and so creative and wonderful in everything that we did in music and communications and everything. I'm a communications major. So this just really hit me very deeply when they won. And when I heard they won the second one, I was in tears. It was just been an amazing experience, and I'm so glad to and proud to be able to call TSU my my alma mater, and I'm so proud of all the students, and I might actually start donating to the alumni campaign. Thanks.
I hope somebody caught that on record. All right. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As a former middle school, high school, and college band kid myself, I think this is amazing recognition of the performance and the hard work and dedication of these students who, not on top of their normal schoolwork, are participating in band practice, giving up their weekends to play for football and basketball games and putting on clinics and everything. So this is a great recognition for a great group of students from a great university. And if it's okay with the sponsor, I would like to ask for the Murphy rule be applied to this bill.
All right. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the Aristocratic Council members. My colleague in District 21. District 19 is home to Tennessee State University's Avon Williams campus. And if you have not seen the Aristocratic bands perform before, it's a great opportunity to do so. I hope Councilmember Taylor will consider inviting them to the chamber for the presentation of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Taylor, they could actually bang the gavel to start the meeting. Just may take a while to get them all through. All right. So, Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval of the resolution. Again, properly seconded. Everybody voting in the affirmative will be listed as a prime sponsor. There's somebody else in the queue. All those in favor of the late file resolution regarding TSU say aye. Aye. Opposed? I'm sorry, Council Lady Hurt. I'm sorry. You weren't on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I wanted to state earlier I had indicated that there was going to be a parade of celebration on this Friday. That date has been changed to next Friday, February 17th. I believe it may still be at the same time, but I wanted to make sure that I made the correction. And I must also say that how I am so proud that Black excellence is on display and how it has been elevated over the past 3 or 4 years in its visibility, not only at this city, but across this country. And I am appreciative that others are recognizing this Black excellence in this chamber as well as in this city, because oftentimes it has been more that Black excellence has been tolerated and not celebrated.
All right, thank you, council member. Anybody else? All right, all those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. All right, we are now on bills on introduction and first reading. Bills that need to be pulled off, I've got a list here. Let me make sure I've got this right. Item number 72, this is Bill 2023-1688, needs to be pulled. Councilmember Bradford, is that right? Okay. Item number 75, Bill 2023-1691 by Councilmembers Johnston and Henderson, needs to be pulled. Is that right? Okay. Item number 100, Bill 2023-1716 by Councilmember Rutherford, needs to be pulled. Correct? Okay. And then item number 103, which is by Councilmember Roberts, and she is not. Councilor Withers, you sign on. That needs to be pulled as well? Okay. Okay. Anything else needs to be pulled off? Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. Item number 97, BL 2023-1713.
Item number 97, okay, needs to be pulled off. Okay, anything else? All right, so without taking those into account, we can take all the rest of them at one time on first reading. Need a motion to approve all bills except for those 5 on first. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of all bills on, Matthew?
96 also goes with 97.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor, we're also taking number 96 off. Okay, good. Okay. Okay, all those in favor of all the rest of the bills on first reading being passed, say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, so that takes care of the, most of the bills on first reading. Let's go back and pick up the ones that we bumped off. BL 2023-1688 by Councilmember Bradford and Hancock. It's an ordinance to amend chapters 8.04 and 8.08 relative to the regulation of animals. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There's been a lot of work over the last couple of years between multiple council members. I started this work in 2020 to see about updating our code. And so I would like to go ahead and pass this on first, but then defer second reading to the second meeting of April. The reason why I'm asking for that deferral is I'm going to be working with the council office to hold a series of meetings across the entire county, not just a couple of small areas, to get input from all stakeholders, whether it's veterinarian, animal welfare, animal rights, regular citizens, to see what other meaningful changes can be made to our code that doesn't cause undue financial hardships to the department while we work on improving those resources. So with that, I would like to move for passage on first, deferral to the second meeting of April.
Okay, you've heard the motion properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I know I'm just going to speak on this bill and not one that's in a couple from now, but I just would say that we have had some bills, or a bill recently as in first meeting in October, pulled from first reading, and we are now still 4 months later working on that bill, even though it was deferred for 2 meetings or 2 months at that time. So I hope that with the support of this bill's sponsor, that we are able to, as a body, work out those concerns during this deferred time period, rather than bringing something back and dragging it out for another few months. So with that, I'm in support of this deferral and in support of the bill. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Benedict. Anybody else on this one? On the motion to pass on first reading and then a deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. That motion passes. We're now on item number 75, BL 2023-1691 by council members Johnston and Henderson. An ordinance amending section 17.12.030 of the Metropolitan Code regarding street setbacks and building orientation for residential corner lots. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval on first and defer second reading until the first meeting in April to track with the Planning Commission, please.
Okay, so that's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? We're approving on first tonight, and then it's to the second meeting in April?
First meeting in April,
First meeting in
please.
April, okay, thank you. All right, so that's the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. That motion is adopted. We're on... 96, that can be taken with 97. These are 2023-17-12 by Councilmember Taylor. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IR, R6, and RM40 to SP on properties located at 2404, 2500, 2518 West Hyman Street and West Hyman Street unnumbered, approximately 198 feet east of W.H. Davis Drive, and the companion bill 2023-17-13, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2023-17-12. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on both those two bills.
Thank you. I would like to move for approval and then defer the second reading, public hearing to the first meeting in April.
Okay. So you've heard the motion, passage on first, and then defer second hearing to the first meeting in April. And that's for both those two bills. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Next one up is item number 100, BL 2023-17-16 by Councilmember Rutherford. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from AR2A to MULA zoning for property located at 6930 Nolensville Pike, approximately 290 feet south of South Point Parkway. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move deferral of first reading to the first meeting in April. And that is for the purpose of tracking for a May public hearing.
Okay. So you're not passing anything tonight on first reading. You're deferring this whole thing until the first meeting in April.
That is correct.
All right. That's the motion. Properly seconded. Any discussion on that one? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. That one is adopted. And let's see, I've got item number 103, BL 2023-17-19 by Councilmember Roberts and Withers. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IR to SP zoning for property located at 5901 California Avenue. Southeast corner of 60th Avenue, North and California Avenue. It's 8.12 acres. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I need to request a suspension of the rules on this one.
Okay. Because of the SP? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, and the planning table can explain. This item is on the Planning Commission agenda on Thursday, and Ms. Milligan can provide further details if folks need that.
Okay. Ms. Milligan?
Sure. So this is, as Councilmember Withers mentioned, an SP. Sometimes it happens that we'll get things that are sort of just off slightly from having a recommendation from the Planning Commission in advance of the public, or in advance of introduction. So this one would require a suspension of the rules. It is on track to be heard. This was one that originally came in as a straight zoning. We actually asked that they converted it to an SP, which means that it does have to have that suspension to get introduced now to stay on the same track.
Okay, so it's Rule 19. So Councilmember Withers is moving to suspend the rules to get this one before us today, right? Any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move approval on first reading, and then this will come back to public hearing after the Planning Commission recommendations.
Okay, so the motion is to approve this one on first reading tonight. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve on first reading tonight, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We have two late filed ordinances on first reading. I think that took care of everything else. These are by Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. We can take both of these together. They're companion.
Okay. I'm not sure if I have this one. I've got it. I've got it. So it's an, this is an ordinance amendment Title 17 by changing from R6 to SP zoning for property located at 1833 Ed Temple Boulevard, northwest corner of Ed Temple Boulevard and Buchanan Street, right? And then the companion bill, which is an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023 blank, a proposed specific plan zoning. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Those are both by Councilmember Taylor. Did you go to the Rules Committee?
I did.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. We were good with these two, but told Councilmember Taylor if he comes back again, he needs to bring crumble.
All right, Councilmember Taylor, I'm not sure what that meant, but I know it's a cookie. I just wondered. All right, Councilmember Taylor, you recognize on your two bills.
Thank you. I would like to suspend the rules to have this before the body.
All right, so Councilmember Taylor is moving to suspend the rules so he can get these two bills before us tonight. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. Councilmember Taylor, you're on your two bills.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval. Want to make sure that this stays on track. We've been working on this for a while. We have some deadlines and dates that the community is a part of, and so I just want to make sure that we stay on track. Thank you.
All right. So Councilmember Taylor is moving for approval of these two bills on first reading tonight. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the two bills passing on first reading tonight, say aye. Opposed, no. Those two bills pass. All right. We are now on bills on second reading. Here are the bills on second reading consent. Item number 116, BL 2023-1648 is on consent. Item 117, 1649 is on consent. 1683 is on consent. That's item number 118. 1685 is on consent. That's item number 120. 1686 is on consent. And 1687 is on consent. Anything else, anything needs to be bumped off the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, these are the items on consent. Item number 116, BL 2023-1648 by Sledge, Withers, Pulley, and others, an ordinance to amend the GIS system street and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by renaming Horton Avenue between 11th Avenue South and 18th Avenue South to DeFord Bailey Avenue. Item number 117, BL 2023-1649 by O'Connell, Withers, Pulley, and others. Ordinance to amend GIS systems and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by renaming Lifeway Plaza between Reverend Kelly M. Smith Way and the 12th Avenue North, 14th Avenue North intersection to Josephine Holloway Avenue. Item number 118, BL 2023-1683 by Roten, Syracuse, and others. An ordinance approving an amendment to a lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government and Meharry Medical College relating to the land and improvements used in the operation of Nashville General Hospital. Item number 120, BL 2023-1685 by Councilmember Murphy and Rosenberg. Ordinance readopting the Code of the Metropolitan Government prepared by the Municipal Code Corporation, including supplemental and replacement pages thereof, containing certain ordinances of a general and permanent nature enacted on or before August 17, 2022. Item number 121, BL 2023-1686, ordinance authorizing the granting of permanent temporary construction easements to Piedmont Natural Gas on certain property owned by the Metropolitan Government, that's Toombs, Gamble, and others. And then item number 122, O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley, BL 2023-1687, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to accept new public sanitary sewer manholes for property located at 910 Commerce Street, also known as Nashville Yards, parcel number 9. Those are the items on the consent calendar. Anything needs to be bumped off? Seeing none. We need committee reports. Councilor Roten, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. 2023-1683 and 2023-1686 were both approved. 8 in favor. Oh, take that back. 1683 is approved. 8 in favor, 0 against. 1686 was approved. 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met, and we considered 2023-1648, 1649, 1683, 85, 86, and 87. And we recommended approval of each of those 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right. Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety considered BL 2023-1683. Recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Rules and Confirmation, Councilmember Rosenberg. Anybody in rules? This would have been on 1685. This is the Municipal Code Corporation. I'm getting a report that it was approved 5-0. Does that sound right? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Hancock. Transportation Infrastructure, Councilmember Pulley.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation Infrastructure recommended approval of BL 2023 1648, 1649, 1686, 1687. 7 in favor, 0 against, and I move approval of the second reading consent agenda.
All right, so Councilmember Pulley has moved approval of the second reading consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion on that one? Seeing none, all those in favor of the second reading consent calendar say aye. Opposed, no. Second reading consent agenda passes. We're on bills that were not on consent. Item number 113, BL 2022-1480, ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a contextual overlay district for various properties located east of McGavick Pike and south of Meadowwood Drive. It's 207.1 acres. Councilmember Syracuse, that's yours.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Now that the two-story overlay is on its way, we will withdraw this. Thank you.
All right. This one is withdrawn. Okay, we're on item number 114, BL 2022-1630 by Councilmember Swope, Syracuse, Hall, and Rutherford. Ordinance to amend Title II of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to create the Nashville Film and Television Advisory Board. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance adopted the amendment, 12 in favor, 0 against, and we recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, 4 abstentions.
Okay, Public Facilities, Councilmember Hurt, say yours.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Facilities, Art, and Culture voted 7 in favor and 0 against.
Okay. All right, back to you, Councilmember Swope.
I would like to move the amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Swope has moved in the... Hold on just a second. Councilmember Hurt, was it an approval or was it a deferral?
It was a deferral.
It was a deferral?
Uh-huh.
All right, thank you for being honest.
Which I'll come to in a minute.
Okay.
Oh, we voted 7 in favor of the amendment.
Okay.
And then on the bill itself, it was deferred.
Deferred. How many, for a meeting? How many meetings?
2 meetings.
2 meetings, okay. All right, thank you. All right, to you, Councilmember Swope.
At this time, I would move the amendment, which is nothing more than one addition in one of the recitals that adds the possibility of housing this in the Metro Arts Commission.
All right, so you've heard the amendment on BL 2022-1630. Amendment properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? All right, all in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment's on. You're on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I don't think you can mandatorily move 1631 for 2 meetings on a deferral. It's a 1-meeting deferral, is it not?
1631?
Yes, the next bill up. And Director Darby, I'm asking you this question.
Okay.
Could you repeat your question? Are you asking about an automatic deferral or?
Well, 1631 was Budget and Finance requested a 2-meeting deferral.
Okay.
But Hannah, you said that you can't do a 2-meeting deferral from committee. It can only be a 1-meeting
No,
deferral.
that's not. It would not be an automatic deferral. This has already been deferred once anyway, and so you can't do an automatic. You can only do an automatic deferral for 1 meeting from committee. So a 2-meeting deferral would not be an automatic deferral on the floor.
Okay. So with that said, I'd like to move that we defer 1630 for 2 meetings to track with 1631, and I'll reserve further comment to be presented in writing to this body.
All right, so you want to track with another bill, but we haven't gotten to that one yet. So, correct. So you're moving You want to move to defer Bill 2022-1630 as amended, 2 meetings?
Correct. To track with 1631.
Okay, again, I'm saying that you.
I understand.
Okay, all right, so that's a proper motion, properly second. Discussion on the deferral motion. Anybody? All those in favor of deferring 1630 2 meetings, say aye. Opposed, no. Deferral motion passes. Okay, so this one is deferred 2 meetings. We're on item number 115, BL 2022-1631, by Councilmember Stiles, Welch, Toombs, and others. This is an ordinance to amend Title II of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to create the Nashville Entertainment Creation Commission. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. There's actually a substitute on this bill.
Okay, you got to get the committee reports first.
Sorry.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. For some reason, my records don't indicate what our vote was on the substitute. I don't know if it was actually placed on it or not. So if it was placed on, the deferral was for 2 meetings, 8 in favor, 0 against. I'm going to assume that the substitute passed 8 in favor, 0 against, but I would ask our legal counsel to, I don't recall if we put it on or not, so that's why I don't have anything showing what the vote was, so that's why I'm asking, so.
There was no action taken on the deferral. I mean, there was no action taken on the
substitute.
So if no action was taken, so the recommendation was for deferral for 2 meetings, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, Public Facilities, Councilmember Hurt. This is on 1631.
Right, thank you, Mr. President. The Facilities, Art, and Culture voted 7 in favor and 0 against. Oh, they voted 5 in favor and 2 against the proposed substitute, and then they voted 7 and 0 for the bill itself.
Okay, so it was voted for, no deferral.
We voted for the proposed substitute, 5 in favor and 2 against. And we voted for the actual bill as substituted, 7 in favor and 0 against.
for 2 meetings.
For the 2 meeting deferral?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the committee report out of Public Facilities, you adopted the substitute and then voted for a 2 meeting deferral, 7-0. Got it. All right. Councilmember Stiles, back to you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I'm grateful that Council members Porterfield and Allen have come up with a substitute that is a compromise that is based on what we've heard from constituents, that they want one commission that addresses all of our creative industries. And I'm going to yield my time to Councilmember Porterfield to talk about the substitute.
All right, Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would actually like to call on the administration, Mr. Jamison, to speak to the substitute and the merger between the 2 pieces of legislation, please.
Do you want to move the substitute?
I would like for Mr. Jamison to speak after I move the substitute. Yes, Vice Mayor.
So there's a motion on the substitute, properly seconded. Mr. Jamison, you're recognized.
The substitute sponsored by Councilmembers Porterfield and Allen, the administration is very grateful to them. I know they participated in all of the stakeholder meetings and council meetings and paid enormous attention. I'm grateful to Council Lady Allen for preparing a color-coded chart that depicts the extreme similarity between the 2 ordinances, and they are painfully close. To the extent there are differences, it appears the substitute generally errs on the side of what the stakeholder meeting that was conducted a couple of months ago. I could itemize the specific similarities, but I think anyone who's read either bill has got the sense of what the substitute is. And with that, hope you will vote in favor of the substitute. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. And again, I want to thank the sponsor, Council Lady Stiles, for her work on her legislation, and thank Councilmember Swope and Syracuse for their work on their legislation, as well as Councilmember Allen for all the work on this substitute. The substitute is a true compromise between the 2 pieces of legislation. I know that a lot of people have wanted, have kind of heard both sides of this and really wanting to figure out how we can find something to work together and serve our constituents constituents. And with that, this is, again, a true substitute and a true compromise. We talked about this in committee. We also talked about it in budget yesterday about the merits of this particular substitute and how much overlap there was between these two pieces of legislation. So I would ask that our colleagues support the substitute, and then we will be asking for a 2-meeting deferral so that the two pieces of legislation can track together, Vice Mayor. So, and I believe, are you asking to speak again? Okay. All right. And I'm asking for support, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to approve the substitute on 1631. Been properly seconded. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just need to rise in being consistent here. This is a fundamentally flawed piece of legislation, so whether the administration writes a substitute and has somebody else carry it for them, I appreciate the attempt to try to do a compromise, but this is not a compromise. And all due respect to Mr. Jameson, there is not a lot of difference between the two. If there is 1631, may have did a cut and paste of 1630 and then added everything but the kitchen sink in the creative industries. I just maintain that this is the wrong approach. The music industry did not ask for this. 90+% of the emails that we've gotten from have been the film and TV industry. 1630 addresses that. This has not been done with the same kind of community county-wide engagement that really needs to happen. I helped put the meeting together with the 40 members. That was kind of a flawed meeting. There was not a follow-up, and then there was sticky notes put on a board, and that's what we're using to substantiate that 57% of people said they wanted one commission. The notion that we need to do 1 or 2 commissions is the wrong question to even ask. So I just stand in opposition to this entirely. This is not a compromise. So I'm just going to vote against the substitute. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I think it's safe to say that we were all elected to represent our constituents, not only by our districts, but also across the county. And there is no one single member that has the market on any industry in town. We bring items here for discussion. We ask for constituent participation. We have gotten that. I think it is important to note that the sponsors of the substitute, Councilmember Allen, came to several of our meetings and listened and made the decision to do this substitute based on what she heard, not based on council member input, but what she heard from constituents over the course of several months. I would ask colleagues to please support this substitute. It is being brought in good faith and not to let any personality politics influence your decision. This is a good piece of legislation, and I appreciate both sponsors for sponsoring it. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to try to make this super brief. I was trying not to go through the logistics of it since we know that we're going to be looking at a deferral, but I do think it is important to highlight the nature of this being a compromise. There are 4 identical recital clauses in both ordinances. There was a compromise on the name of the particular body where Councilman Swope wanted Film and Television Advisory Board, Councilmember Stiles wanted the Entertainment Creation Commission. The substitute is the Entertainment Commission. Both ordinances adopt definitions that refer to commercial activity that involves production and the sale of entertainment. Both ordinances include film, television, digital, streaming content, virtual reality within their definitions. The substitute includes Councilmember Stiles' addition of music-oriented roles, Councilmember Swope emphasis on film and television roles. Both ordinances include occupations within the industry. There's a long list of occupations that had overlap between both of these. There was a membership size difference where Councilmember Swope wanted 9, Councilmember Stiles wanted 19. The substitute is 15, with a slim majority of the stakeholders suggesting 15 to 20. So again, that is compromise. Both ordinances provide appointments from the mayor, the council, and council nominations from the industry, as well as the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, the Screen Actors Guild. There is so much overlap, and I know we've had a really long night, y'all. I I can continue to go on and on and on and on about the overlap of this legislation, or we could pass the substitute and defer it for 2 meetings and then have a more thoughtful conversation at that time. So I'm going to spare us the rest of the time, Vice Mayor, and I ask that you all refer to the document that our colleague, Councilmember Allen, created that color-coded and showed the overlap, and ask y'all to support the substitute. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you. Not much to add to that. I appreciate Councilmember Porterfield going through the detail. There was one other, I think, important issue, which is that the fundamental difference between these two is one is just film and TV, and what I heard from the stakeholders was those folks desperately want a one-stop shop and a point of contact that will take advantage of film incentives that the state offers. Right now, it's a scattershot system, and everybody has to just know the right person to go to, and they are begging us to create this as soon as we can. And many people say this is inextricably tied with the music industry, and that it should all be one. And that's what we're trying to. That's the question that we're trying to settle, which I hope we can. This bill, as substituted, would simply create 4 subcommittees that would look specifically at film independently, that would do the very things that those people have asked for, and then music, and then the independent venue, which would then be a way to implement the great study that Councilmember Syracuse has commissioned that we'll get answers from, and then we need a group that's going to take that information and go with it. And then finally, just to look at the diversity and equity inclusion, which is something that's not happening now. So those are the ways that we're trying to work with, hearing all the information that we've heard from the stakeholders of what they need, and they would love for us to do it soon. And this bill also takes advantage of the fact that there's $100,000 sitting in the mayor's office waiting for some person to be hired to at least begin to put together a directory and perhaps start to make the connections with the state office. We'll get all that figured out with next year's budget, because this is going to have a fiscal note. That was part of the reason we're deferring this for 2 weeks. So again, I would also ask for people to support the substitute. Then let's defer it for 2 meetings and get the rest of the information that we're looking for. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Roten, you jump over the other 2.
No, I just seconded her motion for a 2-meeting deferral.
All right.
Let's have a 2-meeting deferral, and I second it.
All right, so Councilmember Allen, you want to, we haven't even gotten to the substitute yet. Okay, all right, so do you want to, well, wait a minute. So I was checking the board. Did you just move to defer 2 meetings? Yeah, I moved to. And then defer 2 meetings, okay, all right. Just checking, because the motion to defer would take, would jump over the motion to approve the substitute. Okay. All right. Councilmember Syracuse, back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just really quick, two quick things. Scattershot is indeed the word to use, because this proposal scattershots across so many different industries and doesn't focus like a laser on what we've heard from the film and TV industry. The second thing is we're not paying attention to the institutions that we've already created for the past 15 years, and I've been involved with it for the past 7 years. We have an organization, in one of the recitals in the substitute, it talks about facilitating greater awareness at high schools in Metro Nashville. We have that. It's called Music Makes Us. And for the past 7 years that I've been involved with, we've been focused like a laser on getting private dollars towards music education. We don't need to create all this kind of duplicity that's spending taxpayer dollars that's not going to achieve anything. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Can I move to vote on the substitute? Put the substitute on this bill at this point?
Well, so the motion is, that's the motion. The motion is to approve the substitute. And it looks like the queue is clear. So we're back on Councilmember Porterfield's motion to approve the substitute. Again, it was properly seconded. So we're voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. We're going to try that again. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We're on the board. All right, Mr. Clerk. All right, so the motion is to approve the substitute on 1631. If you're in favor of the substitute, you'd vote for it. If you're against it, you'd vote no. All right, you ready, Mr. Clerk? All right, so if you're in favor of the substitute, you'd vote aye. If you're against it, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Well,
I think they're having problems.
Councilmember Sepulveda, problems? You can't vote? There were, but no. Okay. Yeah.
The queue is later.
Yeah. It's Councilmember Swope and Councilmember Sepulveda. Anybody else having trouble? Councilmember Suarez, good. Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, you okay? Councilmember Sepulveda, okay? Mr. Clerk, how are we doing?
I think it's kind of bogged down right now. It's kind of frozen on my screen.
So it's apparently frozen on the screen. All right, how many people are...
Votes are coming in now.
The votes are coming in? Okay. Good to keep.
Everyone.
All right, everybody's in. Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 21, no 7, 2 abstentions. The substitute is on. All right. All right, Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized on your bill as substitute.
Yes, I'd like to defer for 2 meetings, please.
Okay, the motion is to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none. All in favor of the deferral say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred 2 meetings. Okay, I think that takes us through, oh, no, we got another one. Item number 119, Bill 2023-1684 by Councilmembers Taylor, Roten, Withers, and Hurt. This is an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville County through the Parks Department to swap 3140 Parthenon Avenue and a portion of 3138 Parthenon Avenue for 3136 Parthenon Avenue to allow for a future expansion of the Centennial Dog Park. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. Committee reports.
Let's see. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved Councilmember Taylor's amendment, 8 in favor, 0 against, and we recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. In solidarity with the sentiment that no good deed ever goes unpunished, the Planning and Zoning Committee recommended approval of the amendment, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions, as well as the bill as amended, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right. Thank you. Public Facilities, Councilmember Hart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public Facilities voted 6 in favor, 0 against for the proposed amendment, and voted 6 in favor and 0 against for the resolution the bill as amended.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Taylor, you're on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment
All right, Councilmember Taylor moves an amendment to 2023-1684, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you. So as you know, this is a swap between parks and private property. This amendment is just to kind of clean up some things in many ways. Parks has asked the private property owner to prep the property, to restore the natural contour, and remove a paved drive on the property so we can then take over the property to expand the dog park.
All right. So Councilmember Taylor is moving the amendment to 1684, properly seconded. Any questions about the amendment? Seeing none, ready to vote. All in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's on. Councilmember Taylor, you're on your bill as amended.
Thank you. I would like to move for approval as amended.
All right, so the motion is to approve 1684 as amended for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill as amended, 2023-1684 as amended for passage on second reading, if you're in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading as amended. We are now on bills on third reading, and there is a bunch on consent. Let me go through those. These are items on the third reading consent calendar. Item number 125, BL 2022-1578 is on consent. Item 126, BL 2022-1595 is on consent. 1608 is on consent. 1611 is on consent. 1614 is on consent. 1617 is on consent. 1625, that's item number 133, is on consent. 1647 on consent. 1650 on consent. 1651 is on consent. 1652 is on consent. 1653 is on consent. 1654 is on consent. 1655 is on consent. 1656 is on consent. 1657 on consent. 1658 on consent. 1659 is on consent. And 1660 is on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off that consent calendar. Okay, which means that we only have, how many bills? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 bills that are not on consent. All right, anything needs to be bumped off? All right. Here are the bills on consent. Item number 125, BL 2022-1578 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IWD to MULA-NS zoning. Properties located at 1276, 1278, 1282, 1284, 1286, 1288, 1290, 1302, 1306, and 1308 4th Avenue South, and 4th Avenue South unnumbered, approximately 239 feet northeast of Zimmerly Street. BL 2022-1595 by Councilmember Sledge and O'Connell. That's item 126. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by amending an SP on property located at 1267 3rd Avenue South, the corner of 3rd Avenue South and Hart Street. Next one on consent is item number 127, BL 2022-1608 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for properties located at 1904 Ashton Avenue, approximately 245 feet west of Manchester Avenue. Item 128, BL 2022-1611 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for properties located at 1909 Ashton Avenue, approximately 243 feet south of John Mallett Drive. Item 129, BL 2022-1614 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1609 Elizabeth Road, approximately 213 feet north of Ashton Avenue. BL 2022-1617 by Councilmember Toombs. Item number 130, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS 7.5 to R6A zoning for property located at 2404 Old Matthews Road, approximately 157 feet southwest of Trinity Hills Parkway. Item number 133, BL 2022-1625 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1613 Elizabeth Road, approximately 216 feet north of Ashton Avenue. Item number 134, BL 2023-1647 by Councilmembers Henderson, Pulley, and Roten. An ordinance amending various provisions chapter 6.104, 13.08, 13.32 of the Metropolitan Code relating to sidewalk vending and the clearing of obstacles from the public right-of-way. Item number 135, BL 2023-1650, O'Connell Roten Roten, and others. Ordinance authorizing the abandonment and conveyance of quitclaim deeds approximately .024 acres of excess right-of-way adjacent to 11th Avenue North, and approving a performance agreement under which a WeGo transit stop will be constructed at no cost to the Metropolitan government. Item number 136, BL 2023-1651 by Roberts, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon public utility easement rights, property located at 425A Westboro Drive. Item number 137, BL 2023-1652 by Hancock, Withers, and others. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new sanitary manholes for property located at 908 Anderson Lane, also known as Anderson Townhome. Item number 138, BL 2023-1653, Withers and Pulley, an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 3 properties located on Sunset Road in Williamson County. Item number 139, BL 2023-1654, Taylor, Withers, and Pulley, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer mains and to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 2521 Clarksville Pike. BL 2023-1655, item number 140, Toombs, Withers, and Pulley, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 600 and 606 Ewing Drive. Item number 141, BL 2023-1656, Toombs, Withers, and Pulley, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public water mains to accept new public water mains and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, and sanitary sewer manholes property located at 1016 and 1016B West Trinity Lane, also known as West Trinity Townhome. Item number 142, BL 2023-1657, Sledge, Withers, and Pulley, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at Rains Avenue, also known as Fairgrounds Mixed Use Block C. Item number 143, BL 2023-1658, Evans, Withers, and Pulley, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 2 properties located at 1015 Tulip Grove Road and Rachel's Ridge, unnumbered. Item number 144, BL 2023-1659, Syracuse, Withers, and Pulley, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to amend existing sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 3 properties located at 2842, 2836, and 2832A, Lebanon Pike. And item number 145, BL 2023-1660, Roten, Withers, and Pulley, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public water mains, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements, and to accept new public water mains, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at 5655 Fritz Boulevard, also known as TriStar Summit Medical Center, South Bed Tower. Those are the items on the consent, third reading consent. Anything needs to be bumped off? Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can you bump item 134?
Item 134. Item 134 is bumped. Okay. All right. All right. Anything else? All right. We've got one set of committee reports in. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered BL 2022-1578, 15, did I say that right?
1578.
1595, 1608, 1611, 1614, 1617, and 1625.
That's it.
Is that it for us? I believe it is. And we recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention.
All right. Just need a motion to approve.
I would love to move the consent calendar.
Councilman Withers moves the third reading consent agenda calendar. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the third reading consent calendar? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve the third reading consent agenda say aye. Opposed, no. Third reading consent agenda is approved. We've got, I think, 5 bills left. Item number 123, BL 2022-1471 by Councilmembers Parker and Welsh. Ordinance to amend section 16.24.030 and 17.04.060 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to amend the definitions of dwelling unit and family. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Director Darby, is the deferral automatic, or would I need to move it? Okay, I'll move the 1 meeting deferral.
All right, let's get committee reports in. I've got Government Operations and Regulations. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Government Operations Committee met and did not consider the bill.
Okay, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We met, Planning and Zoning met, and we do have recommendations on the amendments. However, we did not add the amendments to the bill. So how would you like me to give the report?
What did you do with the overall bill?
We recommended a deferral.
Okay, I think that's fine.
The 1 minute deferral. Yeah, we do have recommendation on the amendments, but they weren't added to the bill at the time, so.
Okay, well, it sounds like this
And I think they're not being offered tonight, so.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a motion to defer coming, so I think they can all be taken up next time. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
I'd like to move a one meeting deferral with a brief comment.
All right, so Councilmember Parker is moving a one meeting deferral on BL 2022-1471, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just very quickly, colleagues, we had a lengthy discussion about this bill in the Planning and Zoning Committee yesterday. If you're interested in this bill, please go back and review that. Additionally, Rosie sent out video of a legislative discussion that Neighbor to Neighbor was kind enough to host regarding this proposal. And we have designated Matthew Wilkinson in the council office as the person to email with any questions, concerns, considerations about this legislation. This is, I don't know, maybe the fourth deferral on this. So I'm really asking folks to take the opportunity to ask those questions, get them into staff, and we'll hopefully have a good discussion at the next meeting about this. So I'll renew my motion for a one meeting deferral.
All right, so Councilmember Parker has moved this bill for to defer one meeting. That's BL 2022-1471. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Councilmember Benedict?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This, I think, is a question for legal. This was on this current reading for the first time introduced to the Government Operations Committee. Is this going to be, as the result of this deferral, put back in front of that committee? Because it just, after a few months, I wasn't sure. So we will consider this for the first time then next time.
You took no action, so it should go back to your committee. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think what struck me, I guess, in the discussion in committee was we did not seem to have across all of planning, legal, and codes a clear, I guess, interpretation of enforcement, et cetera. And I don't know if it's possible to get to better alignment by next meeting, but I think either having a letter from the departments or, if there is additional documentation that can be supplied out of the departments, it would be helpful. Or, I don't know if the sponsor would be willing to re-refer to committee prior to third again. I think where I'd like to come out of this is feeling like the change in policy that is proposed with any of the amendments that are under consideration would result in what we're expecting to do here. So that's just my comment, and I don't know how best to resolve it before third. Thanks.
So, Councilmember O'Connell, it's my understanding it didn't get a report from either committee, so it's got to get a report before it passes. So it's going to go back to both of them anyway.
I think that then that may suffice if we get back there, but I think I'll reach out or may. Hope that the sponsor will to see if we can get to something that is a little easier to cross all three of the departments that are going to be involved in consideration of this, and the one that's likeliest to enforce it. Thank you.
All right. We are on a motion to defer one meeting. Again, properly seconded. Any other discussion? All right. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of the one meeting deferral say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred one meeting. We're on item number 124, BL 2022-1531 by Toombs and Benedict. Ordinance amending section 17.16.03 of the Metropolitan Code to require notice to surrounding property owners for adaptive residential developments. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Government Operations, Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The committee met and did not take action on this bill tonight.
All right. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met and considered BL 2022-1531. We recommended approval of the amendment as well as the bill as amended. 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Toombs.
I'd like to move the amendment.
All right, Councilmember Toombs is moving the amendment on BL 2022-1531. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
The amendment just changes the timeline for the notice requirement. It's 21 days after application.
Okay. All right, you've heard the amendment. Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. You're on your bill as amended.
Move for approval as amended.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs is moving for approval, third and final reading on BL 2022-1531 as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2022-1531 as amended for passage on third reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes. Okay. All right, we are on item number 131 and 132 can be taken together. This is Councilmember Rutherford. Bill 2022-1621, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from AR 2A to SP zoning on properties located at 1094, 1098, 1104, and 1110 Barnes Road, and Barnes Road unnumbered, approximately 36 feet east of Sydney Drive, and the companion bill, item 132, Bill 2022-1622, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for Bill 2022-1621, proposed specific plan zoning district. The proposed ordinance requires certain materials to restrict in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move approval on both bills, and there is an amendment to the initial bill.
All right, let's get committee reports. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met and considered BL 2022-1621 and 1622. We recommended approval for 1621 of the amendment and the bill as amended, 7 in favor, 0 against. And for 1622, recommended 7 in favor, 0 against, or abstention.
All right, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Rutherford, you're on your first bill, BL 2022-1621. You've got an amendment.
I move approval of the bill, and so we can get to the amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Rutherford is moving approval of BL 2022-1621, properly seconded. Now you're on your amendment.
And I move approval of the amendment, the brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Rutherford has an amendment on BL 2022-1621, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
And the amendment does 3 quick and easy things. It adds some language related to STRs that the community had asked for. In addition, it adds some protections for cemeteries on the property, including cemeteries that may be found at a future date. And it also adds a buffer as well.
All right, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. Any questions about the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we are on the amendment. The motion is to approve and properly seconded. All those in favor of the amendment on 1621 say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's on. You're on 2022-1621 as amended, and you can pick up 1622.
And I move approval of 1621 as amended and approval of 1622.
Okay, so this is for passage on third and final reading, but 1621 as amended and 1622 properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of those two bills say aye. Opposed, no. Both bills pass. Last bill up, I believe, is item number 134, Bill 2023-1647, by Council Members Henderson, Pulley, and others, or ordinance amending various provisions of Chapter 6.104, 13.0, 13.08, 13.32 of the Metropolitan Code relating to sidewalk vending and the clearing of obstacles from the public right-of-way. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do I need to request committee reports, please?
No, I think they're all in.
Okay. With that, and a very long process with 5 stakeholder meetings, 2 public hearings at Traffic and Parking Commission, and 2 readings here, I would move approval, please.
All right, so Councilmember Henderson is moving approval, properly seconded. Discussion on the bill. Seeing none, all those in favor of 1647 for pass on third and final reading say aye. Okay, well, we got to put it on the board. All right. All right. So we're going to have to vote on this one on the board. So everybody back in their seats. We're on BL 2023-1647. There are no votes on this one. Mr. Clerk? Just let me. I happy to say it, or we can just do it. Okay, which one was it? Which bill?
What's the number?
Point of order, Vice Mayor. What's transpiring presently?
So here's where we are. We were getting ready to vote on your item 134, BL 2023-1647, when Councilmember Porterfield indicated she wanted to vote no. Pursuant to the rules, we have to go on the board. So the clerk is trying to get us ready to vote. Okay, that's where we are. Ready? All right, we are voting on BL 2023-1647. Motion is to pass the bill on third reading. If you're for the bill, you would vote aye. If you're against it, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines.
Anybody in the queue?
No. It's item 118, I think.
118 is the machine.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, can I speak to that, please, sir?
So we're in the middle of voting. What are you speaking to?
Oh, I apologize. Some assertions were made from the gallery, and never mind. I will not respond to those. I'm happy to respond to them after if anybody wants any answers about that.
Okay. Right. All right. It looks like the machine is down. So, all right. So, without objection, I don't think we have a couple of no votes.
They came in.
Oh, they're coming in. Okay.
I think I'm only missing CM Styles.
Councilmember Styles, we're missing your vote. Yeah, got it. Okay, Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 25, noes 1, 1 abstention. The bill passes on third reading. All right, one other thing on item 118, which was the bill regarding Meharry Medical College, Councilmember Suarez has to abstain. So that'll be listed as that will be listed in the record. All right. I need a motion to adjourn. Got a motion to adjourn, properly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Those no. We stand adjourned.
And so the council has concluded about a 4-hour and 40-minute meeting tonight. They had an agenda that was a little over 53 pages long, contained 145 items to get through. The council, on the most high-profile action of the night, voted 31-3 with 2 abstentions to state the council's opposition in a resolution about pending state legislation to cut the size of the council in half from 40 to 20 members, as well as other pending bills that adversely affect, say, the resolution, the finances and operations of Metro government. The resolution in particular opposes these changes happening because they're being done without the consent of Davidson County voters who have voted at least twice over the years to keep a council at the size of 40 members. There were some in the council tonight who were not sure that this was a good resolution to do. They thought it might be poking the bear, twisting the lion's tail a little bit, and that would probably not be good, but most council members felt like they needed to go ahead and say what they wanted to say. There was, at one time, the council actually had to suspend the rules to consider the resolution tonight because in committee it had been voted 3-2 to defer the matter, and at the rate the bill is moving through the legislature, it may well be passed by the time the council meets in 2 years, at least 2 weeks, at least very close to that. Council also, at the beginning of the night, filled 2 vacancies on the Community Oversight Board, electing Demarius Witzel and Mark Wynn to those 2 positions. They were both nominated by nonprofit groups in the community, and the council confirmed those 2. There were 6 other candidates along with that, so out of those people that were there, they elected those 2 to the board. Council also, once again, deferred allocating $1 million in American Rescue Funds to provide subsidies for electric bicycles. The measure was deferred 3 weeks ago, and now it'll be deferred until April for more study. Council also deferred by rule the Mayor Cooper's nearly $483 million capital spending plan. It has a focus on building and renovating several schools, public safety projects, including a new juvenile justice center and campus, and a new fire department headquarters building. The council will defer that, and there's also 3 other financial-related resolutions that also the council deferred tonight so it can track along with the capital plan. One would deauthorize $2.4 million in general obligation bonds because the projects that they were funded came in under budget. Another would have approved supplemental appropriations in amounts of almost $89 million to a variety of city agencies. This is usually a routine carryover of funds from one fiscal year to the next one. Also, another resolution would appropriate almost $16 million from the city 4% fund, the 4% equipment and repair fund, to 19 different city agencies to pay for approved projects. Again, this also tracking with the capital plan, which was deferred for 1 meeting tonight at the council meeting. Council also accepted a $2.3 million federal grant to be coming through the state to provide public assistance for the damage caused by severe storms, tornadoes, and flooding back during March and April of 2021. They also approved $1.2 million in federal community development funds to assist with the construction of Phase 2 of the Cassie Gardner Senior Park located at 1606 Jefferson Street. Also, council also accepted a nearly $12,400 grant from the Tennessee Titans to launch with Metro Parks a Titans NFL Flag League coming up in the spring later this year. The funds will be used for registration fees and scholarships for children participating in the program. Finally, the council accepted a $9,100 donation from the Downtown Partnership to help Metro Police purchase a Polaris utility vehicle for its work downtown. On memorializing resolutions, the council honored Colonel Elmer V. Craig and Johnny W. Craig of the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and they also support for them a memorial highway designation in their honor on U.S. Highway 70 and Lebanon Pike. They also recognize Pastor Randall Cordell for his 30 years of service at Lakeshore Christian Church. They honor the legacy of John A. Hobbs, the Hobbs family, and John A.'s Restaurant, and they recognize the team representing Nashville in the 2023 Gov Games going on now in Dubai. Council also approved a late resolution, rather joyfully, recognizing the TSU Aristocrat Band for not winning just 1 but 2 Grammys in the recent award ceremonies there. TSU is the first marching band to win an Emmy of any kind at this point. Also on second reading, they had 2 bills before them tonight. Again, one setting up a Nashville Film and Television Advisory Board, the other the Nashville Entertainment Creation Commission. They seem to have narrowed their differences about how these 2 bills to see if they can find some common ground, but they haven't gotten there yet. In fact, now the bill has been deferred, I believe, for at least 2 more meetings before they come back to see if they've now got something they can go forward beyond second reading with it. Also, the council approved a portion of Horton Avenue on second reading tonight between 11th Avenue South and 18th Avenue South to be renamed D4 Bailey Avenue. That's in honor of the African-American harmonist who was one of the first big stars of the Grand Ole Opry back in the 1920s. Another road change tonight also on second reading was approved would rename the Lifeway Plaza in honor of noted local Girl Scout leader Josephine Holloway. Finally, the council approved a land swap in the Parthenon Avenue area, private land to allow for the future expansion of the Centennial Park, dog park there. Finally, the council deferred on final reading an ordinance that would amend the definition of dwelling unit and family under the city codes with some questions about what those definitions or new definitions might mean. And so the council decided to put that off again for at least 1 meeting, and it will take 21 votes on this on third and final reading. A bill also tonight a little bit unusual that's had a third reading on, it was a zoning bill, they had third reading on, had a public hearing on third reading, usually they have it on second reading. This was an extra public hearing. There had been some problems with this particular bill in terms of notification and a number of deferrals. Some members in the community still felt like they were in the dark about exactly what the zoning would be allowed and what would be built there. The council heard heard them tonight, and even though Councilman Hall, and it was his district, this was being done, the council only gave it 17 votes and needed 21 votes for passage, so the bill was defeated on third and final reading. The council is now in recess for 2 weeks. It'll be back on February 21st. The council will have its regular order of business. They're also going to set aside perhaps as much as 2 hours to allow members of the public if they want to come and sign up, and you can sign up if you go to the council portion of the Metro government website. You can find out more about this and give your thoughts and ideas about the upcoming Metro budget. The budget's not going to be before the council until May, but the council tried this last year, got a lot of good input and ideas from members of the public, and they're urging people, if they want to come in and sign up. You speak for only a couple of minutes, but you have an opportunity to share that and do that before the crush of the budget gets beyond the council. We'll be here on the 21st to provide live coverage. Until then, I'm Pat Nolan, and good night from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's been a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.